Tonight, the world feels a little quieter than usual. Not because everything is perfect, not because every problem has been solved, but because the day has finally reached its end. The work that needed to be done has been done. The conversations have been spoken. The decisions have been made. And now, for the first time in many hours, there is nothing being asked of you. You find yourself standing on a narrow country road, beneath a sky so full of stars that it almost seems impossible. Thousands of tiny lights stretch endlessly above you. Some shine brightly, others appear faint and distant. Together, they create a soft silver canopy across the night. The air is cool against your skin. Not cold, just cool enough to feel refreshing. A gentle breeze moves through the tall grass beside the road. The grass sways slowly, creating a quiet whispering sound. Somewhere far away, a cricket sings its evening song. Everything around you feels unhurried. The night seems to have forgotten the existence of clocks. For a moment, you simply stand there, breathing, listening, allowing the stillness to settle around you. Then, in the distance, you notice a figure walking along the road. The person moves calmly, without urgency, without haste, as though they have all the time in the world. With each step, an unexpected sense of peace begins to grow within you. The figure draws closer, and somehow, before you can even clearly see his face, you already know who it is. Jesus. There is no dramatic music, no bright flash of light, no overwhelming display of power. Only a quiet presence, a familiar kindness, the kind of presence that immediately makes a person feel safe. When he reaches you, he smiles. It is a simple smile, warm, gentle, the smile of someone who already understands everything you have been carrying today, and yet chooses not to begin with questions. He does not ask about your mistakes. He does not ask about your unfinished tasks. He does not ask why you worried so much. Instead, he simply looks up toward the stars, then back toward the road ahead, as if offering an invitation without speaking a single word. You understand immediately. Tonight, there is nowhere you need to rush. Nowhere you need to perform. No expectations to meet. Only a walk. A quiet walk beneath the stars. Together, you begin walking beside him. The road stretches gently forward. Its surface is smooth from years of use. On either side, wide fields disappear into darkness. Occasionally, patches of wildflowers catch the moonlight. Their pale petals glow softly against the night. For several minutes, neither of you speaks. And strangely, the silence never feels uncomfortable. Most people spend their lives trying to fill silence. But this silence feels different. It feels peaceful. Like sitting beside an old friend who understands you so completely that words become unnecessary. The stars continue shining above. The breeze continues moving through the fields. The rhythm of your footsteps becomes slow and steady. Step. Breathe. Step. Breathe. As you walk, You begin noticing something unusual. The worries that felt so large earlier today seem farther away now. Not gone, but distant. Like houses disappearing behind you as you travel down a road. You remember a concern that occupied your thoughts this morning. It now feels smaller, less urgent. You remember another worry from the afternoon. Even that seems to have softened around the edges. Jesus continues walking calmly beside you. Never rushing. Never pulling you forward. Simply remaining present. And somehow, his presence alone makes the road feel lighter. Ahead, the road begins to curve gently toward a low hill. The hill is covered with tall grass that shimmers silver beneath the moonlight. At the top of the hill stands a single lantern. Its warm golden light glows softly against the darkness. Not bright, not dazzling, just enough to guide the way. You and Jesus continue toward it. The night remains peaceful. The stars remain countless. And for the first time in a long while, your heart feels a little less crowded than it did before. The lantern waits quietly ahead. And beyond it, another stretch of road still hidden beneath the stars. The lantern stands quietly at the top of the hill. Its golden light sways gently with the breeze. As you and Jesus continue walking toward it, the road becomes slightly narrower. The grass on either side grows taller here. Some of it reaches almost to your knees. Each blade catches bits of moonlight, making the hillside appear covered in silver threads. The climb is gentle, easy. There is no hurry, no destination demanding your immediate arrival. Only the simple act of walking, the simple act of being here. As you take another step, you notice how different this night feels from an ordinary night. Normally, your mind would be busy, jumping from one thought to another, remembering something from yesterday, worrying about something tomorrow, creating endless conversations that never actually happen. But tonight, those thoughts seem quieter, like distant echoes fading into the background. You glance upward. The sky appears even larger from the hillside. Stars fill every corner. Some cluster together like tiny islands of light. Others stand alone, steady and calm. For a moment, you wonder how many people throughout history have looked at these same stars. Farmers resting after long days. Travelers sleeping beside roads. Children listening to bedtime stories. People carrying hopes. People carrying fears. People searching for peace. The stars have watched over all of them. And tonight, they shine over you as well. Jesus continues beside you. His footsteps remain steady, comforting, predictable. There is something deeply reassuring about walking next to someone who never seems anxious. Someone who never appears overwhelmed. Not because he ignores difficulties, but because he sees beyond them. The lantern grows closer. Its light now casts a small circle across the grass. As you reach the top of the hill, you stop beside it. The lantern hangs from a wooden post that has stood there for many years. Its surface is worn smooth by wind and rain, yet it remains standing, faithfully offering light to anyone passing through the darkness. You find yourself staring at the warm glow. The flame inside is small, much smaller than you expected, and yet it pushes back the darkness surprisingly well. Jesus notices your gaze. For a moment, neither of you speaks. Then he gently places his hand upon the wooden post. His voice is soft, almost as gentle as the wind itself. Many people believe they need a great light before they can move forward. The words settle quietly into the night, but often a small light is enough. You continue watching the flame. Its glow reaches only a short distance. It does not illuminate the entire road. It does not reveal every hill or valley ahead. It simply lights the next few steps. Nothing more. And somehow, that feels important. How often have you wished you could see everything ahead? Every answer, every outcome, every future success, every future disappointment, every turn in the road. Yet life rarely works that way. Most journeys are walked exactly like this. One step at a time. One small light at a time. One day at a time. The breeze brushes gently against your face. The lantern flickers but never goes out. Below the hill, you notice something in the distance. Tiny lights. At first, they appear like stars scattered across the ground. But as your eyes adjust, you realize they belong to a village resting peacefully in the valley below. Warm windows glow softly against the darkness. A few lanterns line the quiet streets. Thin trails of chimney smoke rise into the night air. Everything about the village feels calm, protected, safe. You and Jesus begin descending the hillside toward it. The road winds gently downward. The lantern behind you gradually grows smaller. Soon it becomes nothing more than a distant golden dot on the hilltop. Yet somehow, its lesson remains with you. You do not need to see the entire journey tonight. You do not need answers to every question. You do not need certainty about every tomorrow. For now, the next step is enough. The road becomes smoother as you approach the valley. The scent of wildflowers slowly gives way to something else. Fresh bread, wood smoke, lavender, the comforting smells of people resting peacefully in their homes. A sense of warmth spreads through your chest. Not excitement, not anticipation, just a quiet feeling of belonging. The kind of feeling a traveler experiences when seeing lights in the distance after a long journey. Ahead, the first homes of the village come into view. Small cottages stand beneath the stars. Their windows glow softly. Curtains move gently in the breeze. Everything feels unhurried. Everything feels at peace. A sleepy dog rests beside a wooden fence. Nearby, a cat curls itself into a warm ball upon a porch. No one seems awake. The entire village appears wrapped in a blanket of rest. You and Jesus continue down the quiet lane. Your footsteps soften against the packed earth. Even the air feels calmer here, as though the village itself understands something the rest of the world often forgets. That there comes a time when striving must end. A time when work must stop. A time when hearts must be allowed to rest. You pass another cottage, then another. each one glowing gently beneath the stars. And as you walk through the peaceful streets, a feeling begins growing deep inside you. A feeling that perhaps tonight, for a little while, you can finally set down everything you have been carrying. Not forever, just for tonight, just long enough to rest. The village stretches quietly ahead, and somewhere beyond the next bend in the lane, another gentle chapter of the journey awaits. The village rests beneath the stars as peacefully as a child sleeping beneath a warm blanket. Nothing moves quickly here. Nothing demands attention. The night has gently settled over every rooftop, every window, every quiet street. You continue walking beside Jesus along the narrow lane. The cottages seem almost timeless, built from stone and wood. Simple, strong, welcoming. Golden light spills softly from a few windows where lanterns have been left burning through the night. Most of the homes, however, have already gone dark, their families sleeping peacefully within. A gentle breeze carries the scent of fresh bread through the air. You notice it immediately. Warm, comforting, familiar. Ahead, a small bakery sits at the corner of the lane. Its wooden sign swings slowly above the door. The shop is closed now. Its windows dark. Its ovens cool. Yet the smell of the day's baking still lingers. For a moment, you imagine the baker who worked there. Perhaps he woke before sunrise. Perhaps he spent hours kneading dough while most of the village still slept. Perhaps he worried about his business. Perhaps he worried about providing for his family. The same kinds of worries people carry everywhere. And yet tonight, even the baker is asleep. His work finished for the day. His hands finally at rest. You continue walking. A few moments later, you pass a small tailor's shop. Neatly folded fabrics sit inside the window display. Half-finished garments rest on a wooden table. The tailor's work will continue tomorrow, but not tonight. Tonight, the needles rest. The scissors rest. The unfinished projects rest. The thought brings a small smile to your face. How often do people forget that unfinished things can wait? How often do they carry today's responsibilities into tomorrow's rest? The world constantly encourages movement, more effort, more planning, more worrying, more doing. Yet this village seems to understand a forgotten truth. Everything has its season. Work has its season. And rest has its season too. The lane eventually opens into a small square at the center of the village. A stone fountain sits quietly in the middle. Moonlight reflects from the water's surface. The fountain continues its gentle trickling song. Soft, steady, peaceful. Several wooden benches surround the square. Empty now. Waiting for morning conversations. Waiting for children to laugh nearby. Waiting for another day to begin. But tonight they simply sit beneath the stars. Silent witnesses to the passing hours. You and Jesus slow your pace as you cross the square. The stillness here feels deeper somehow, like stepping into a place untouched by hurry. You hear the distant hoot of an owl somewhere beyond the village. Then silence returns once again. The kind of silence that never feels empty, only calm. As you walk beside the fountain, your eyes drift toward the windows of the surrounding homes. Behind each window is a story, a family, a life. Someone who celebrated today, someone who struggled today, someone who laughed, someone who cried, someone who felt confident, someone who felt uncertain. Each house contains its own joys and burdens, its own victories and worries. And yet now, nearly all of them are sleeping. Not because their lives are perfect, not because every problem disappeared, but because they understood something important. At some point, every heart must choose rest. Jesus notices you looking toward the homes. His expression remains gentle. The world carries many burdens, he says quietly. His voice blends almost seamlessly with the night air. Yet no one was created to carry them every moment. You continue listening. The heart needs stillness. The words are simple, yet they feel deeply true. How many times have you carried concerns long after they could be changed? How many nights have you replayed conversations? Imagined worst-case scenarios? Tried to solve tomorrow before tomorrow arrived? Most people do. It is part of being human. But standing here in the peaceful village square, those worries seem strangely distant, like clouds drifting across a horizon far away. The fountain continues flowing. The stars continue shining. The village continues resting. And for a few moments, you allow yourself to do the same. Nearby, a small church stands at the edge of the square. Its stone tower rises gently toward the sky. No bells ring tonight. No doors open. It simply stands quietly beneath the moonlight. A symbol of faith. A symbol of hope. A reminder that some things remain steady even when life feels uncertain. You and Jesus continue walking past it. The lane beyond becomes narrower once again. Flower boxes sit beneath windowsills. Lavender grows beside stone walls. The fragrance drifts softly through the air. Everything here seems designed to slow the heart, to soften the mind, to invite rest. As you walk farther into the village, you notice an elderly man asleep in a rocking chair on his porch. A blanket covers his lap. A lantern glows beside him. His breathing is slow and peaceful. He must have fallen asleep while watching the stars. The sight makes you smile. Even his unfinished evening has found rest. Nothing about him appears worried. Nothing appears rushed. Only peaceful. Only present. You continue down the quiet street. The stars above seem brighter now. Or perhaps your mind has simply become quieter. Either way, the night feels increasingly gentle, increasingly calm. The village gradually begins to fade behind you as the road continues onward. Ahead, beyond the final cottages, lies an open meadow shimmering beneath moonlight. Tiny flickers of light dance above the grass. At first, you think they are stars reflected upon the earth. But as they move, you realize they are something else. Fireflies. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Their tiny lights rise and fall like floating lanterns in the darkness. The sight is beautiful, peaceful, almost dreamlike. Jesus smiles as the meadow comes into view. The road gently leads toward it. And together, beneath the endless stars, you continue walking forward. The final cottages of the village slowly disappear behind you. Their warm windows become distant points of light. Soon, only the quiet road remains. Ahead, the meadow stretches beneath the stars like a silver sea. The tall grass sways gently in the night breeze. Moonlight spills across the open field, touching every blade with a soft glow. And everywhere you look, tiny lights drift through the darkness. Fireflies, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They rise from the grass in slow, graceful movements. Some float close to the ground. Others drift higher, as if trying to reach the stars themselves. Their lights appear and disappear, blinking softly, never hurried, never frantic. Each one carrying its own tiny lantern into the night. You slow your pace without even realizing it. The sight naturally invites stillness. The kind of stillness that asks nothing from you. The kind that simply allows you to observe, to breathe, to be present. Jesus walks beside you as the two of you enter the meadow. The road becomes little more than a narrow trail now. Grass brushes gently against your legs. The air feels fresh, cool, peaceful. For several moments, neither of you speaks. There is no need. The meadow itself seems to be telling a story written in light, a story written in silence. You watch a firefly drift near your shoulder. Its tiny light glows softly before fading. Then a second later it shines again. Small, simple, yet strangely beautiful. You find yourself smiling, not because anything extraordinary has happened, but because beauty often lives inside ordinary things. Something people tend to forget. The world often teaches people to chase bigger things, louder things, more impressive things. Yet some of life's most peaceful moments arrive quietly. Like this one. A gentle breeze moves through the meadow. The fireflies continue their slow dance. The stars continue shining overhead. For a while, all three seem connected somehow. The stars above, the fireflies below, and you walking peacefully between them. The thought settles warmly inside your heart. You glance toward Jesus. His eyes follow the drifting lights. There is a calmness in his expression that feels deeper than words. Eventually, he speaks. His voice is soft, almost as quiet as the breeze itself. Many people overlook small lights. You listen. They spend so much time searching for something greater that they forget to notice what is already shining around them. The words linger in the air. You look again at the fireflies. None of them produce enough light to illuminate the entire meadow. None of them light the whole path. Yet together, they transform the darkness, not by overpowering it, but by gently existing within it. The lesson feels simple. yet meaningful. How often do people underestimate small acts of kindness? A gentle word, a patient conversation, a quiet prayer, a moment of compassion. None seem large by themselves, yet together, they brighten the world in ways that are often impossible to measure. The fireflies continue drifting around you. One lands briefly upon a blade of grass nearby. Its tiny light glows steadily for several seconds before fading once again. The meadow remains peaceful, untroubled, unaffected by urgency. As you walk farther into the field, the sounds of the village disappear completely. Only the natural music of the night remains. The whisper of grass, the distant call of an owl, the gentle rhythm of your footsteps, the steady sound of your breathing. The farther you walk, the lighter you begin to feel. Not because every burden has vanished, but because you are no longer gripping them so tightly. The difference is subtle, yet important. Sometimes peace does not arrive by removing every problem. Sometimes peace arrives when we stop carrying every problem at once. The stars continue watching silently above. The fireflies continue dancing below. And somewhere between the two, your mind begins settling into a deeper calm. The trail eventually leads toward a small clearing in the center of the meadow. Here, the grass grows shorter, softer. A few smooth stones form a natural circle beneath the open sky. You and Jesus pause there. The clearing feels almost sacred in its simplicity. Nothing has been built here. No walls, no buildings, no decorations. Only sky, only grass, only stillness. You sit upon one of the stones. Jesus sits nearby. The night stretches endlessly above you. For a few moments, you simply look upward. The stars seem brighter than before. Or perhaps your attention has become clearer. One by one, you notice details you had missed earlier. Tiny constellations, faint streaks of silver, clusters of distant light. The sky feels endless. And strangely, that endlessness feels comforting. Many worries seem large when viewed from up close. Yet beneath a sky like this, they begin to shrink. The pressure to have everything figured out. The pressure to always be strong. The pressure to always know what comes next. All of it begins losing its grip. Because the universe has never depended upon your ability to control it. The stars have continued shining through every generation. The seasons have continued changing. The sun has continued rising. And tonight, the world continues turning peacefully beneath the heavens. Jesus remains beside you. His presence steady, quiet, certain. The kind of certainty that never feels forceful, only comforting. Eventually, he looks toward the horizon. Far beyond the meadow, moonlit hills rise gently against the sky. At their base lies another field, a wider field, one covered with countless sleeping sheep. Even from a distance, you can see them resting peacefully beneath the stars. A shepherd's field. The sight feels calm, inviting, safe. Jesus stands slowly. You rise beside him. Together, you begin walking once more. The fireflies continue glowing behind you, their tiny lights becoming smaller and smaller as the trail carries you onward. Ahead, the shepherd's field waits beneath the moonlight, and with every step, the night grows quieter. The heart grows lighter, and rest feels closer than ever before. The meadow of fireflies slowly fades behind you. Their tiny lights become distant sparks scattered across the darkness. Ahead, the land opens into wide rolling fields. The moon hangs high above them, bathing everything in a gentle silver glow. The night feels deeper here, quieter, more peaceful. The trail beneath your feet curves softly through the grass as you and Jesus continue walking side by side. A cool breeze drifts across the open land. It carries with it the scent of earth, wild herbs, and fresh grass warmed earlier by the sun. The air feels clean, untouched, as though this place exists far away from the noise of the world. For a while, neither of you speaks. There is only the sound of your footsteps, the whisper of the breeze, and occasionally, a faint bell ringing somewhere in the distance. Soft, slow, gentle. The sound comes again. A small bell, then silence, then another. You look toward the source, and there, beneath the moonlight, you finally see them. A flock of sheep resting peacefully across the hillside. Dozens of them, perhaps more. Some lie curled together in small groups. Others sleep alone beneath the stars. Not one appears anxious. Not one seems concerned about tomorrow. The entire field radiates a quiet sense of safety. You pause for a moment to take in the scene. The sheep barely move. Occasionally one shifts slightly before settling once again into sleep. Everything about the field feels calm, steady, protected. Near the center of the hillside, a small lantern glows beside a simple shelter made of wood and stone. A shepherd's shelter. Its warm light shines softly against the darkness, not unlike the lantern you passed earlier upon the hill. Only this lantern feels different somehow, because it tells a story of someone remaining awake while others rest. You and Jesus continue walking toward it. The sheep remain undisturbed. Their trust seems complete, natural, effortless, as though resting is the most ordinary thing in the world. And perhaps it is. For a few moments, you simply watch them. Then a thought quietly enters your mind. How do they sleep so peacefully? The world around them is vast. The night is dark. The future remains unknown. Yet they rest. Completely. Without fear. Without struggle. Jesus notices your gaze. His expression softens. The sheep sleep because they know the shepherd is near. His voice is calm, gentle, like the breeze moving across the field. You look again toward the sleeping flock. The words settle quietly within you. The sheep are not resting because they understand everything. They are not resting because they have solved every problem. They are resting because they trust the one watching over them. The realization feels strangely comforting. Many people spend their lives believing they must carry every responsibility alone. Every worry, every uncertainty, every burden, as though the world depends entirely upon their strength. Yet here, beneath the stars, surrounded by sleeping sheep, that belief begins to loosen. Little by little, like a knot slowly untangling itself. The trail leads you farther into the field. The grass here is softer, thicker. It bends gently beneath your feet. The moonlight turns each blade silver, creating the illusion of waves moving across an endless ocean. The sheep remain scattered across the hillside, peaceful islands within a sea of grass. One small lamb sleeps curled beside its mother. Another rests beneath a low tree. A third twitches slightly while dreaming. The simple sight brings warmth to your heart. There is something deeply comforting about watching living things rest. Animals never apologize for needing sleep. They never feel guilty for pausing. They never convince themselves they must earn rest. They simply rest when they are tired. They trust the rhythm they were created for. And somehow, they seem wiser because of it. You continue walking. The shepherd's lantern grows brighter as you approach. Its golden light creates a small circle of warmth upon the ground. Beyond it sits an empty wooden chair, a wool blanket draped across the back, a kettle resting beside a small fire pit now reduced to glowing embers. Signs that someone was here earlier, watching, protecting, caring. The scene feels reassuring. The sheep may not see the shepherd every moment, but evidence of his presence remains everywhere. You find yourself reflecting upon your own life. How many times has help arrived unexpectedly? How many times have doors opened when they seemed closed? How many times have you been guided without realizing it? How many times have you been protected without ever knowing what danger passed you by? The answers are impossible to count. Life often hides its quiet miracles. Yet that does not mean they never happened. Jesus sits briefly upon the wooden chair. You remain nearby. The field stretches endlessly before you. The sheep continue sleeping. The stars continue shining. The entire world seems wrapped in a blanket of peace. For several moments, neither of you speaks. The silence itself feels healing. Not empty. Healing. Like a tired soul finally setting down a heavy load. Then Jesus looks toward the sky. The stars reflect softly in his eyes. You were never meant to carry everything alone. The words are spoken gently, without judgment, without correction, only kindness. The sentence lingers within you, perhaps because part of you already knew it was true. Yet hearing it now feels different. Sometimes the heart needs permission to release what the mind has been gripping. Sometimes peace begins not by gaining more control, but by letting go of the illusion that control was ever yours to begin with. The breeze moves across the hillside once again. The sheep remain asleep. The lantern continues glowing. And slowly, almost without noticing, your shoulders relax. Your breathing deepens. The tension you carried earlier feels farther away. Smaller. Lighter. the night itself seems to be teaching you how to rest. Not through force, not through effort, but through example. The stars rest in their places. The fields rest beneath the moon. The sheep rest beneath the stars. And perhaps tonight, you can rest too. Eventually, Jesus rises from the chair. You stand beside him. The trail continues beyond the shepherd's field, winding gently toward a series of moonlit hills in the distance. Their slopes glow silver beneath the night sky. Quiet, patient, waiting. Together, you begin walking toward them. Behind you, the sheep continue sleeping peacefully beneath the watchful light of the shepherd's lantern. And ahead, another peaceful chapter of the journey awaits beneath the endless stars. The shepherd's field slowly disappears behind you. The soft ringing of distant bells grows fainter with every step. Soon, only the sound of the night remains. A cool breeze drifts across the hills. The grass glows silver beneath the moonlight. And above, the stars continue their silent watch. You walk beside Jesus along a narrow trail winding through the hills. Neither of you feels any need to hurry. The night seems to move at its own pace here. A slower pace. A gentler pace. The kind of pace people often forget exists. The trail curves around a hillside. For a moment, the land opens before you. Moonlit valleys stretch into the distance. Small groves of trees rest peacefully beneath the stars. Far away, a faint mist gathers in the lowlands like a blanket spread across the earth. Everything feels calm, still, safe. You take a deep breath. The air smells fresh, clean, almost sweet. The scent of pine trees drifts toward you from somewhere ahead. Then you hear it. A soft sound, barely noticeable at first. Water, flowing gently through the darkness. The sound grows clearer as you continue walking. A quiet stream hidden somewhere beyond the next rise. The trail begins descending. Small stones crunch softly beneath your feet. The air becomes cooler. The scent of water grows stronger. And soon, through the silver glow of the moon, you see it. A narrow stream winding peacefully through the valley. Moonlight dances across its surface. Tiny ripples carry reflections of the stars downstream. The water moves steadily, never rushing, never stopping, simply continuing forward. You and Jesus approach the bank. A small wooden bridge crosses the stream. Its boards are worn smooth from years of use. The bridge looks old, yet strong, reliable, as though it has quietly carried countless travelers through countless nights. Before crossing, you pause. The water is beautiful. Every ripple catches bits of moonlight. Every movement creates new patterns. No two reflections remain the same for long. The stars shimmer, stretch, break apart, then come together again. You find yourself watching without thinking, without analyzing, without planning, simply watching. The way children sometimes watch clouds drift across the sky. For several minutes, neither you nor Jesus speaks. The The stream seems to fill the silence naturally. Its gentle rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, relaxing, comforting. You notice how different water is from people. Water never argues with the path before it. It never demands certainty. It never insists on controlling every turn. When a stone appears, it simply flows around it. When the land bends, it bends with it. When the path narrows, it continues forward, patiently, steadily. The stream has no anxiety about where it will eventually arrive. It simply keeps moving. The thought drifts through your mind without effort. You glance toward Jesus. He is watching the water too. A soft smile rests upon his face. Not because he is trying to teach you something. Not because he is preparing a lesson. But because the stream itself is beautiful. The simple beauty of creation. The kind people often overlook when life becomes busy. Eventually, Jesus steps onto the bridge. The wood creaks softly beneath his feet. You follow beside him. Halfway across, you pause. The stream flows quietly beneath you. Stars shine above you. And for a brief moment, it feels as though the entire world has become peaceful. No schedules. No deadlines. No expectations. Only the sound of moving water. Only the night sky. Only this gentle walk. You rest your hands upon the wooden railing. The wood feels cool beneath your fingertips. The breeze brushes softly across your face. Everything about the moment invites stillness. A few leaves drift along the surface of the stream below. You watch them pass beneath the bridge. One by one, each leaf carried gently forward by the current. None of them resist. None of them remain trapped. They simply continue moving with the water, disappearing gradually into the moonlit darkness. Something about the sight feels strangely comforting. The day you lived is already behind you. Its worries, its conversations, its unfinished tasks, its mistakes, its victories. Like those leaves, they are already moving farther away than they seem. The night does not ask you to carry them anymore. Not right now. Not while you are here. You take another slow breath. And for the first time all day, perhaps, there is absolutely nothing you need to solve. The realization settles gently into your heart. Jesus begins walking once more. You leave the bridge behind. The stream continues singing its quiet song below. The trail now follows the water through a valley lined with tall silver pines. Their branches sway softly in the breeze. Their shadows stretch across the moonlit ground. Ahead, the forest waits peacefully beneath the stars. And together, you continue your journey into the quiet beauty of the night. The stream continues flowing quietly beside the trail. Its gentle song follows you and Jesus as you walk deeper into the valley. Behind you, the wooden bridge has already disappeared into the darkness. Ahead, tall pine trees rise toward the stars. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Their trunks stand like silent pillars beneath the moonlit sky. The forest seems to be waiting, not in a mysterious way, not in a frightening way, but with the quiet patience of an old friend. A friend who has been here for a very long time. The trail narrows as it approaches the first trees. Moonlight filters through the branches above. Soft silver beams fall across the forest floor, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow. The moment you step beneath the pines, the world changes. The air becomes cooler. The sounds become softer. Even your footsteps seem quieter here. A thick carpet of fallen pine needles cushions the ground. The forest absorbs every sound, every movement, every breath. The result is a silence unlike any silence you have ever known. Not empty, not lonely, just peaceful. The kind of silence that feels alive. You take a slow breath. The scent of pine fills your lungs. Fresh, clean, comforting. It reminds you of places untouched by hurry. Places where time seems to slow down. Places where people remember how to simply exist. For a while, you and Jesus continue walking without speaking. The trail winds gently between the trees. Their branches sway softly overhead. Occasionally, a few needles drift downward through the moonlight, turning lazily as they fall. Everything moves slowly here. Even the wind seems unhurried. Far above, hidden among the branches, a night bird sings a single note. Then another. Then silence returns. The sound is beautiful precisely because it is brief. The forest does not try to fill every moment. It leaves room for stillness, room for peace, room for rest. As you walk, you begin noticing details that might have escaped your attention earlier. The texture of the bark on the trees, the way moonlight rests upon certain branches, the tiny patches of moss growing beside the trail, the small wildflowers hidden between roots. Simple things, ordinary things, yet somehow they seem extraordinary tonight. Perhaps because your mind is no longer racing ahead. Perhaps because you are finally seeing what has always been there. A gentle breeze moves through the forest canopy. The branches sway together. Thousands of needles whispering softly overhead. The sound resembles distant waves rolling across a quiet shore. Steady, rhythmic, endlessly soothing. For several moments, you simply listen. There is something comforting about natural sounds. They ask nothing from you. They require no response, no effort, no decision, only awareness, only presence. The trail eventually leads to a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. Moonlight pours into the open space. The grass here glows silver beneath the stars. At the center of the clearing stands an enormous pine tree, older than all the others. Its trunk is wide and strong. Its branches stretch outward like protective arms. You stop for a moment beside it. The tree feels ancient, steady, unshaken. It has stood through storms, through seasons, through years beyond counting. And yet here it remains, quietly rooted, quietly growing, quietly present. Jesus places a hand against its rough bark. For a moment, Neither of you says anything. The silence feels natural. The tree itself seems to tell its own story. A story of patience. A story of endurance. Not dramatic endurance. Not heroic endurance. Simply the quiet kind. The kind that shows up day after day. Year after year. Without demanding recognition. Without seeking attention. The kind that continues growing even when nobody is watching. A breeze moves through the clearing. The branches above sway gently. Moonlight flickers across the ground. The forest seems to breathe around you. Slowly, calmly, peacefully. You sit for a moment upon a smooth stone near the old pine. Jesus sits nearby. The stars peek through openings in the canopy above. Tiny windows of light scattered across the night sky. The cool air brushes softly against your face. The scent of pine surrounds you. And little by little, the outside world feels farther away. Not forgotten. Simply distant. The emails. The schedules. The deadlines. The endless noise. All of it seems to belong to another place. Another time. Here, there is only the forest. Only the stars. Only this quiet moment. The longer you sit, the more relaxed you become. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts soften. The pressure to keep thinking begins to fade. Like mist dissolving beneath the morning sun. You no longer feel the need to chase every thought that appears. You simply let them drift past. Like clouds crossing the sky. Like leaves floating down a stream. Coming, going, never needing to be held. The forest remains patient around you. Never asking you to hurry. Never asking you to become anything other than what you are. Eventually, you notice something glowing faintly through the trees ahead. A warm golden light. Soft. Steady. Different from moonlight. Different from starlight. At first, it appears distant. Almost hidden, but as you continue watching, you realize the light belongs to something beyond the forest. A garden. A hidden garden resting quietly among the trees. Its lanterns glow gently in the darkness. Inviting. Peaceful. Almost dreamlike. Jesus rises slowly to his feet. You stand beside him. Together, you leave the old pine behind. The trail leads onward through the silver pines, toward the warm lanterns waiting beyond the trees. And as the forest slowly opens before you, a feeling of gentle anticipation settles into your heart. Not excitement, not urgency, only curiosity. The peaceful curiosity of a traveler discovering another beautiful place beneath the stars. And beneath the quiet watch of heaven, you continue walking forward. The warm glow ahead grows brighter with every step. Not bright enough to disturb the night. Only bright enough to welcome those who find their way here. The trail winds gently between the final rows of silver pines. Their shadows stretch across the ground behind you. The forest slowly begins to thin. The air changes once again. The cool scent of pine remains, But something new joins it. A fragrance carried by the breeze. Soft, sweet, familiar. Flowers. You follow the trail beside Jesus. And then, quite suddenly, the trees open. Before you lies a garden hidden deep within the forest. A place so peaceful it almost feels untouched by time. Stone pathways weave through beds of flowers. Small lanterns hang from wooden posts. Their golden light flickers gently in the night air. Moonlight spills across the garden from above. Silver and gold blending together in perfect harmony. For a moment, neither you nor Jesus speaks. The beauty of the place seems to create its own silence. The kind of silence people naturally fall into when they witness something special. Not because words are forbidden, but because words feel unnecessary. A fountain stands near the center of the garden. Water flows gently from one stone basin into another. The sound is soft, steady, peaceful. It blends perfectly with the distant whisper of the night breeze. You begin walking along one of the stone paths. Flowers grow on both sides. Lavender, white roses, jasmine, tiny blossoms you cannot name. Each one sways gently beneath the stars. Their fragrance drifts through the air. Subtle, never overwhelming. The garden seems designed for quiet wandering, for slow steps, for unhurried thoughts, for peaceful hearts. As you continue walking, you notice how carefully everything has been tended. Every pathway is clean, every flower bed cared for, every lantern placed with purpose. Yet nothing feels overly arranged. Nothing feels forced. The garden possesses a natural beauty, the kind that comes from patient care over many years. You pause beside a patch of lavender. The scent rises gently around you, instantly calming. The flowers move softly in the breeze, like waves crossing a field of purple light. Nearby, a butterfly sleeps beneath a leaf, its wings folded tightly, perfectly still. Even the smallest creatures have found rest here. The thought makes you smile. A short distance away, a stone bench sits beside the fountain. Its surface has been smoothed by time. You and Jesus walk toward it. The water continues its gentle song, never changing, never rushing, only flowing. The fountain reflects both lantern light and moonlight. Tiny ripples shimmer across its surface. The reflections dance and shift, creating patterns that seem almost hypnotic. You sit quietly upon the bench. Jesus sits beside you. For several moments, neither of you says anything. The night itself feels enough. The flowers, the fountain, the stars, the breeze. Everything seems perfectly content to simply exist. No one here is trying to become somewhere else. The flowers are not rushing to bloom faster. The trees are not trying to grow taller overnight. The fountain is not trying to reach the river. Everything moves according to its own gentle rhythm. You listen to the water. Its steady sound begins slowing your thoughts even further. Thoughts that seemed important earlier now drift quietly into the background, like distant voices fading down an empty road. The pressure to solve everything begins loosening, little by little. The pressure to understand everything, to plan everything, to control everything. It all seems less urgent beneath the stars. Jesus watches the fountain for a moment. Then he reaches down and picks up a small white flower that has fallen onto the stone path. He studies it quietly, turning it gently between his fingers. The flower is simple, delicate, nothing extraordinary, yet he examines it as though it were precious, valuable, worth noticing. Eventually, he places it back upon the path. The flower remains where it landed, bathed in moonlight, beautiful exactly as it is. The moment passes without explanation, yet somehow it leaves an impression upon your heart. You continue listening to the fountain, watching the lanterns, feeling the breeze, and gradually, your awareness settles deeper into the present moment. Not tomorrow, not yesterday, only now. Only this garden, only this peaceful night. The stars continue shining overhead, one by one, silent and faithful. The moon drifts slowly across the sky. The flowers continue swaying gently. The lanterns continue glowing. The fountain continues flowing. Nothing hurries. Nothing struggles. Nothing demands. For the first time in a long while, perhaps your heart feels completely at ease. Not because every question has been answered, but because every question no longer feels urgent. The garden seems to understand something many people forget. That peace does not always come from finding answers. Sometimes peace comes from finding stillness. The two are not always the same. A few moments later, you notice another path leading away from the garden. It disappears through an archway covered in climbing roses. Beyond the arch, the land appears open once again. Moonlight stretches across rolling hills in the distance. The path seems to continue towards something larger, something waiting beyond the forest. Jesus rises slowly from the bench. You stand beside him. The fountain continues singing behind you. The lanterns continue glowing among the flowers. The hidden garden remains peaceful and unchanged. A quiet sanctuary beneath the stars. You take one final look before leaving. Then together, you walk beneath the rose-covered archway. The garden gradually fades behind you. Ahead, the open countryside waits beneath the moon. And somewhere beyond the moonlit hills, another beautiful chapter of the journey awaits. The rose-covered archway slowly disappears behind you. Its lanterns become small points of golden light in the distance. Ahead, the countryside opens beneath the vast night sky. Rolling hills stretch across the horizon. soft and quiet beneath the moon. The trail winds gently between them, curving through fields of tall grass that shimmer silver in the moonlight. You walk beside Jesus in comfortable silence. The night feels different now, not quieter. The world has been quiet for a long time. It feels deeper, as though the stillness has settled not only around you, but within you. Your steps feel lighter. You're breathing slower. The thoughts that once competed for attention have become distant, like faint lights far across a valley. Present, but no longer demanding. A cool breeze moves through the hills. The grass bends and sways, creating gentle waves that roll across the landscape. For a moment, the entire countryside resembles an ocean frozen beneath moonlight. Beautiful, endless, peaceful. The trail gradually begins descending. The air becomes cooler with every step. The scent of water drifts toward you. Fresh, clean, familiar. Ahead, beyond the next hill, something reflects the moonlight. A silver glow resting quietly within the darkness. You continue walking, and slowly, the landscape reveals itself. A lake, wide and perfectly still. Its surface stretches across the valley like polished glass. The moon rests upon it. Everything seems perfectly content to simply exist. No one here is trying to become somewhere else. The flowers are not rushing to bloom faster. The trees are not trying to grow taller overnight. The fountain is not trying to reach the river. Everything moves according to its own gentle rhythm. You listen to the water. Its steady sound begins slowing your thoughts even further. Thoughts that seemed important earlier now drift quietly into the background, like distant voices fading down an empty road. The pressure to solve everything begins loosening. Little by little, the pressure to understand everything, to plan everything, to control everything. It all seems less urgent beneath the stars. Jesus watches the fountain for a moment. Then he reaches down and picks up a small white flower that has fallen onto the stone path. He studies it quietly, turning it gently between his fingers. The flower is simple, delicate, nothing extraordinary. Yet he examines it as though it were precious, valuable, worth noticing. Eventually, he places it back upon the path. The flower remains where it landed, bathed in moonlight, beautiful exactly as it is. The moment passes without explanation, yet somehow it leaves an impression upon your heart. You continue listening to the fountain, watching the lanterns, feeling the breeze, and gradually, your awareness settles deeper into the present moment. Not tomorrow, not yesterday, only now, only this garden, only this peaceful night. The stars continue shining overhead, one by one, silent and faithful. The moon drifts slowly across the sky. The flowers continue swaying gently. The lanterns continue glowing. The fountain continues flowing. Nothing hurries. Nothing struggles. Nothing demands. For the first time in a long while, perhaps, your heart feels completely at ease. Not because every question has been answered, but because every question no longer feels urgent. The garden seems to understand something many people forget. That peace does not always come from finding answers. Sometimes peace comes from finding stillness. The two are not always the same. A few moments later, you notice another path leading away from the garden. It disappears through an archway covered in climbing roses. Beyond the arch, the land appears open once again. Moonlight stretches across rolling hills in the distance. The path seems to continue towards something larger. Something waiting beyond the forest. Jesus rises slowly from the bench. You stand beside him. The fountain continues singing behind you. The lanterns continue glowing among the flowers. The hidden garden remains peaceful and unchanged. A quiet sanctuary beneath the stars. You take one final look before leaving. Then together, you walk beneath the rose-covered archway. The garden gradually fades behind you. Ahead, the open countryside waits beneath the moon. And somewhere beyond the moonlit hills, another beautiful chapter of the journey awaits. The rose-covered archway slowly disappears behind you. Its lanterns become small points of golden light in the distance. Ahead, the countryside opens beneath the vast night sky. Rolling hills stretch across the horizon, soft and quiet beneath the moon. The trail winds gently between them, curving through fields of tall grass that shimmer silver in the moonlight. You walk beside Jesus in comfortable silence. The night feels different now, not quieter. The world has been quiet for a long time. It feels deeper, as though the stillness has settled not only around you, but within you. Your steps feel lighter. Your breathing slower. The thoughts that once competed for attention have become distant, like faint lights far across a valley. Present, but no longer demanding. A cool breeze moves through the hills. The grass bends and sways, creating gentle waves that roll across the landscape. For a moment, the entire countryside resembles an ocean frozen beneath moonlight. Beautiful, endless, peaceful. The trail gradually begins descending. The air becomes cooler with every step. The scent of water drifts toward you. Fresh, clean, familiar. Ahead, beyond the next hill, something reflects the moonlight. A silver glow resting quietly within the darkness. You continue walking, and slowly, the landscape reveals itself. A lake, wide and perfectly still. Its surface stretches across the valley like polished glass. The moon rests upon it. The stars become dancing lights. For a moment, the lake transforms. Then, as the breeze fades, the surface becomes calm once more. The reflections return, perfectly still. You watch the transformation happen without resistance. The lake never clings to one moment. It welcomes change, then welcomes stillness again. And somehow, watching it brings a deep sense of peace. The kind of peace that settles quietly into the heart. Without announcement, without effort, the moon continues its slow journey across the sky. Time seems almost meaningless here. Minutes pass, perhaps longer. You no longer feel the need to measure them. The lake remains beautiful. The stars remain faithful. Jesus remains beside you. Nothing more is needed. Eventually, he begins walking slowly back along the dock. You follow. The wooden boards creak softly beneath your steps. The shoreline approaches once again. The hills wait patiently beyond it. The trail continues along the edge of the water, disappearing into a valley bathed in moonlight. Somewhere ahead, beyond the lake, lies another quiet place hidden within the night. A place where the journey will continue. A place where rest will grow even deeper. And together, beneath the endless stars, you walk onward into the gentle beauty of the sleeping world. The lake remains behind you. Its silver surface slowly disappears between the hills. Soon, only the memory of moonlight dancing upon the water remains. The trail follows the shoreline for a little while before gently turning inland. You and Jesus continue walking beneath the stars. The night feels softer now. The air seems warmer. The breeze gentler. Even the silence feels different. Deeper somehow. As though the world itself has begun settling into sleep. The hills rise and fall around you like slow waves frozen in time. Their slopes glow faintly beneath the moonlight. Tall grass bends softly in the breeze. Wildflowers rest among the fields. Everything appears peaceful. Everything appears content. The trail gradually descends into a broad valley. From above, the valley looks almost like a hidden sanctuary tucked between the hills. A place few travelers ever find. A place the world somehow forgot. As you descend, the sounds of the night become quieter still. The distant owl, the rustling grass, even the breeze itself seems softer here. The valley welcomes silence, not emptiness. Silence, the kind that allows a tired heart to rest. The kind that asks nothing from anyone. At the center of the valley stretches a wide meadow covered in soft grass. Moonlight spills across it like liquid silver. The grass moves gently beneath the breeze, creating slow patterns that drift across the landscape. You pause for a moment and take in the view. The entire valley seems untouched by worry, untouched by hurry, untouched by noise. The sight alone feels calming. The trail eventually disappears into the meadow itself. No more stones. No more dirt path. Only grass, soft and welcoming beneath your feet. As you walk farther into the valley, you notice something unusual. The stars appear brighter here, Not because there are more of them, but because there is nothing competing with them. No village lights, no lanterns, no distractions, only the heavens above. You find yourself looking upward once again. The sky stretches endlessly in every direction. A vast ocean of stars. Silent. Steady. Beautiful. The longer you look, the easier it becomes to forget everything else. The endless tasks. The unfinished plans. The conversations still replaying in your mind. Little by little, they begin fading into the background. The valley seems to absorb them, not removing them, simply creating enough space around them that they no longer feel overwhelming. You continue walking beside Jesus. Neither of you speaks. There is no need. The silence feels complete, comfortable, like sitting beside someone who understands you perfectly. The grass brushes gently against your legs as you walk. The breeze cools your skin. The scent of wildflowers drifts through the air. Everything about the valley encourages slowing down. Everything encourages letting go. Eventually, you come upon a small hill rising gently from the center of the meadow. At its top stands a single tree. Its branches stretch wide beneath the stars. Not unlike the great pine tree you encountered earlier. Yet this tree feels different. Its shape is softer. Its presence gentler. The grass beneath it looks almost like a natural bed woven by nature itself. You and Jesus walk toward it. The climb is easy. The hill rises only slightly above the meadow. When you reach the top, the view takes your breath away. The entire valley spreads before you. Silver fields, moonlit hills, countless stars. Everything peaceful, everything resting. You sit beneath the tree. The grass feels soft beneath you. Cool, comfortable. The trunk supports your back. For a while, you simply sit there, listening, breathing, resting. A few clouds drift slowly across the sky, thin and white beneath the moonlight. Their movement is almost impossible to notice. Only after several moments do you realize they have changed position. The entire night seems to move this way. Slowly, patiently, without effort. You watch the clouds, then the stars, then the hills, then nothing in particular at all. Your mind no longer feels the need to focus, no longer feels the need to chase thoughts. They come and go naturally, like leaves carried upon a distant stream. You do not follow them. You simply let them pass. The tree above sways gently. Its leaves whisper quietly in the breeze. A soothing sound. Soft. Rhythmic. Almost like a lullaby. The valley remains still around you. No sudden sounds. No interruptions. Only peace. Only night. Only rest. Jesus sits nearby, not speaking, not teaching, simply present. His presence feels as natural as the stars themselves, as natural as the breeze, as natural as the earth beneath your feet. The longer you remain beneath the tree, the more relaxed you become. Your breathing slows. Your shoulders loosen. The tension you carried earlier feels very far away now, almost forgotten. Not because it vanished, but because your heart finally stopped holding it so tightly. The moon climbs higher into the sky. Its light washes gently across the valley. Everything glows softly beneath its touch. The fields, the hills, the tree, the grass, even the distant horizon. The entire world seems wrapped in a blanket of silver peace. You close your eyes for a moment, just a moment, and when you open them again, the stars somehow appear even brighter. The night somehow feels even calmer. You take another slow breath, then another. The cool air fills your lungs. The scent of grass surrounds you. The sounds of the valley continue their quiet song. Everything feels safe. Everything feels still. Everything feels exactly as it should be. Far beyond the valley, hidden among the distant hills, a faint golden glow appears upon the horizon. Small, warm, steady. A light waiting somewhere ahead. Not calling, not demanding, simply waiting. The journey is not finished yet. There are still peaceful places to discover beneath the stars. Still quiet roads to walk. Still beautiful moments hidden within the night. But for now, beneath the shelter of the tree, surrounded by the peaceful valley, you remain completely at rest, and the stars continue shining above, keeping silent watch over the sleeping world. For a long while, you remain beneath the tree. The valley rests around you in complete peace. The grass sways softly. The stars shine steadily overhead. The breeze moves through the branches above like a gentle lullaby. Nothing disturbs the stillness. Nothing asks for your attention. The night feels endless here. Not in a lonely way. In a comforting way. As though time itself has decided to slow down. Eventually, you notice the faint golden glow once again. The small light resting beyond the hills. Warm, steady, patient. You watch it for a few moments. Then Jesus rises slowly from the grass. Without a word, he begins walking toward the far side of the valley. You stand and follow beside him. The tree remains behind, its branches swaying gently beneath the moon. The valley slowly fades as you continue along a narrow trail winding between the hills. The grass grows shorter here. The land becomes smoother. The path easier, almost as though countless travelers have walked this way before. The golden light ahead grows brighter. Not quickly, gradually, step by step. The journey itself feels peaceful. There is no sense of destination, No pressure to arrive. Only the simple rhythm of walking, breathing, observing, being. The stars continue watching from above. Some seem brighter than before. Others flicker faintly along the horizon. Together they create a sky so vast that it feels impossible to measure. You glance upward often, each time discovering something new. A cluster of distant stars, a faint trail of light, a constellation hidden among thousands of others. The sky never seems to repeat itself. It always offers something different to notice, something new to appreciate. Ahead, the trail rounds a gentle bend, and there, nestled between two hills, sits a small stone cottage. Simple, quiet, welcoming. A lantern hangs beside its wooden door. Its warm glow spills softly onto the path. The light you have been seeing all this time. The cottage appears peaceful. The sort of place a traveler might discover after a long journey. A place where no one hurries. A place where kindness lives naturally. A low stone wall surrounds a tiny garden. White flowers bloom beneath the moonlight. A wooden gate stands slightly open. You and Jesus walk through it. The garden feels calm. Lavender grows beside the path. Small lanterns rest among the flowers, their flames flickering gently in the breeze. Everything feels carefully tended. Not perfect, simply cared for, the way a beloved place often is. As you approach the cottage, you notice a rocking chair resting upon the porch. It moves ever so slightly, back and forth, not because anyone sits within it, only because the breeze occasionally touches it. The sight feels strangely comforting. The chair seems to belong to someone who enjoys quiet evenings beneath the stars. Someone who knows how to rest. Someone who understands the beauty of stillness. You and Jesus sit upon the porch steps. The cottage remains silent behind you. The lantern glows softly overhead. Its light creates a small circle of warmth around the doorway. Beyond the garden, the hills stretch beneath the moonlight. The valley now lies far behind. Everything feels distant. Everything feels peaceful. You notice a small wooden table beside the rocking chair. Upon it rests an old lantern. Its glass polished clean. Its brass worn smooth with age. The lantern looks as though it has illuminated countless nights. Countless journeys. Countless quiet moments beneath the stars. You imagine the unseen keeper of this cottage. Perhaps someone who lights the lantern each evening. Not because many travelers pass this way, but because one traveler might. And that would be reason enough. The thought settles gently into your heart. There is something beautiful about quiet acts of care. Things done without applause, without recognition, without expectation. The flowers bloom whether anyone notices them or not. The stars shine whether anyone looks up or not. And somewhere, perhaps, Lanterns are lit simply because kindness chooses to remain awake. The breeze drifts through the garden. The lavender sways gently. The rocking chair moves once more. Slowly, rhythmically, back and forth, back and forth. You watch it for several moments. Its motion feels calming, almost hypnotic, like waves upon a shore, like branches swaying in the wind, like breathing, steady, gentle, natural. The longer you sit, the more relaxed you become. The world feels very far away now. The noise, the pressure, the endless need to keep moving. None of it exists here. Only this porch, this lantern, this peaceful night, and Jesus sitting quietly beside you. For a long time, neither of you speaks. The silence feels complete, comfortable, the kind of silence shared between close friends who have no need to fill every moment with words. You simply watch the stars together. Watch the hills. Watch the lantern glow softly against the darkness. Eventually, a shooting star glides across the horizon. Its silver trail briefly illuminates the night. Then it fades, leaving the sky exactly as it was before, yet somehow more beautiful for having witnessed it. The night continues, calm, steady, unhurried. The lantern continues glowing beside the door. The rocking chair continues its slow movement. The flowers continue resting beneath the moonlight. Everything seems perfectly content to remain exactly where it is. And for perhaps the first time in a very long while, you feel the same. You do not need to be anywhere else. You do not need to become anything else. You do not need to solve anything tonight. The stars are shining. The night is peaceful. And Jesus is beside you. For now, that is enough. Far beyond the cottage, hidden somewhere beyond the next hills, another gentle stretch of the journey waits beneath the stars. But there is no hurry to reach it. The night is patient, and so are you. The lantern keeper's cottage remains behind you. Its warm light grows smaller as you and Jesus continue along the quiet trail. For a while, you can still see the lantern glowing between the hills, a tiny golden star resting upon the earth. Then eventually, even that disappears. Only the moon remains. Only the stars. Only the road beneath your feet. The night feels softer now, as though the world itself is becoming sleepy. The breeze moves more gently. The hills seem quieter. Even the silence feels deeper than before. You continue walking beside Jesus. Neither of you feels any need to speak. The companionship itself feels enough. Comfortable, steady, peaceful. The trail gradually begins to descend once again. The hills open into a wide stretch of countryside. Moonlight pours across the land. Silver light covering fields and meadows as far as the eye can see. The path curves around a low rise, And beyond it, you discover something beautiful. An orchard. Rows of fruit trees stretch gently across the landscape. Their branches sway softly beneath the stars. The trees stand quietly in perfect lines, disappearing into the moonlit distance. Everything about the orchard feels calm, orderly, restful, as though it has been sleeping peacefully for centuries. You and Jesus walk through a simple wooden gate. The hinges creak softly. Then silence returns. The grass beneath the trees is smooth and cool. Silver moonlight filters through the branches above, creating shifting patterns upon the ground. Tiny patches of light, tiny patches of shadow, moving gently with the breeze. The orchard seems untouched by time. Nothing feels rushed here. Nothing feels unfinished. Only stillness. Only peace. As you continue walking, you notice fruit hanging quietly among the branches. Pears, apples, figs. Their shapes glow softly beneath the moonlight. Some branches bend gently beneath the weight of their harvest. Others stretch freely toward the stars. The scent of fruit drifts through the air. Sweet, subtle, comforting. The fragrance mixes with the cool night breeze, creating an atmosphere that feels almost dreamlike. The farther you walk into the orchard, the quieter the world becomes. The trees seem to absorb every sound. Even your footsteps grow softer. The entire place feels wrapped in a blanket of peace. A rabbit sleeps beneath one of the trees, its small body curled comfortably against the grass. Nearby, another rests among a patch of wildflowers. Neither notices your presence. Both remain completely at ease. The sight makes you smile. Every living thing seems to understand how to rest tonight. The orchard itself appears to be resting. The hills are resting. The stars are resting in their places above. And little by little, your own heart is learning to do the same. You walk beneath a particularly large apple tree. Its branches spread wide overhead. Moonlight slips between the leaves. Small silver circles dance across the ground around you. The effect is beautiful, like standing beneath a sky full of tiny moons. You pause for a moment, looking upward, listening. The leaves whisper softly above. A gentle sound, a comforting sound, a sound that seems designed to quiet the mind. The breeze strengthens briefly. The branches sway. A single apple loosens from its stem and falls softly into the grass nearby. The sound is barely noticeable. A tiny reminder that nature never hurries. The fruit did not fall too early. It did not fall too late. It fell exactly when it was ready. The thought drifts through your mind, then drifts away once more. You do not need to hold on to it. The orchard asks nothing from your thoughts tonight. Only your presence. Only your attention. Only your willingness to slow down. The path continues winding between the trees. At times, the branches form natural arches overhead. At other times, the rows open wide enough to reveal the stars. You find yourself looking upward often. The sky feels endless. The stars seem countless. And somehow, beneath their gentle light, everything feels simpler. The worries that once seemed so loud now feel distant. Not solved. Simply distant. Like towns far beyond the horizon. Present somewhere. But not here. Not tonight. Tonight there are only trees. Only stars. Only moonlight. Only this peaceful walk. Eventually, you hear the faint sound of water once again. Not a stream. Not a river. Something quieter. A gentle trickling sound hidden somewhere ahead. You continue walking. The sound grows slightly clearer. Still soft. Still distant. The orchard begins to thin. The rows of trees become wider apart. Moonlight spills more freely across the ground. And then you see it. A small stone well standing alone among the trees. Ancient and weathered. Its stones worn smooth by countless seasons. Wildflowers grow around its base. Moonlight rests upon its edges. The well stands quietly beneath the stars. Patient, timeless, peaceful. A wooden bucket hangs beside it, motionless in the night air. The gentle sound of dripping water echoes from somewhere deep below. You and Jesus walk toward it. The orchard remains silent behind you. The stars continue shining overhead. And the old well waits quietly beneath the moonlight, holding another peaceful moment within the endless beauty of the night. The well stands quietly among the trees. Ancient, patient, unmoving. Moonlight rests upon its weathered stones. Soft silver light tracing the edges worn smooth by countless seasons. Wildflowers surround its base. Their petals close for the night, sleeping peacefully beneath the stars. The orchard stretches behind you. Rows of trees fading gradually into the moonlit distance. Ahead, the countryside remains hidden beyond gentle hills and darkness. But here, beside the well, the world feels wonderfully small, wonderfully simple. You and Jesus walk closer. The grass beneath your feet is cool and soft. The night air carries the faint scent of blossoms from the orchard. A fragrance so gentle it almost feels imagined. The wooden bucket hanging beside the well sways slightly in the breeze. Its rope creaks softly, then becomes still once more. You pause beside the stone wall, looking down into the darkness below. The water rests far beneath the surface, hidden from sight. Yet every few moments, a tiny drop echoes upward, a soft sound, barely louder than a whisper. The well seems to have its own rhythm, its own quiet heartbeat beneath the earth. You listen. One drop. Silence. Another drop. Silence. The pattern repeats slowly, patiently, never hurried. The sound blends perfectly with the night. For several moments, neither you nor Jesus speaks. The silence feels natural, comfortable, like the silence inside an old library long after everyone has gone home, or the silence inside a small chapel late at night. Not empty, peaceful, the kind of silence that invites rest. You sit upon the low stone edge of the well. The stone feels cool beneath you, comforting, solid, reliable. Above, the stars continue shining. Some seem brighter now, others faint and distant, yet together they fill the sky with light. A sky so vast that it feels impossible to fully understand. And somehow, that feels reassuring. The world does not require you to understand everything. The stars have never asked for that. The night has never asked for that. This peaceful moment certainly does not ask for it. You simply sit, breathing slowly, listening, resting. A gentle breeze moves through the orchard. Leaves rustle softly in the distance. Their whisper rises and falls like waves upon a quiet shore. The sound drifts through the night, then fades, then returns once more. Everything seems to move in slow rhythms. The breeze, the leaves, the stars, the dripping water below. Even your breathing begins to match the calm pace of the world around you. The longer you remain beside the well, the more distant the outside world becomes. The busy roads, the crowded schedules, the endless notifications, the constant demands. All of it feels very far away now, almost unreal, as though it belongs to another life, another place. Tonight, there is only this: a quiet orchard, a peaceful well, a sky filled with stars, and Jesus sitting beside you. Nothing more is required. The night feels complete exactly as it is. You glance toward him. His gaze rests upon the horizon. Calm, steady, peaceful. The kind of peace that seems impossible to disturb. For a moment, you follow his gaze. Beyond the orchard, distant hills rise beneath the moonlight, their outlines soft against the sky. Far beyond them, a thin layer of mist drifts across the valleys. Silver beneath the moon, almost glowing. The entire landscape looks like something from a dream. A dream so peacefully you never wish to leave it. The breeze brushes softly across your face, cool and refreshing. You close your eyes for a moment. Only a moment. And immediately the sounds of the night seem even clearer. The rustling leaves, the distant breeze, the occasional drip of water below, the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. Each sound arrives softly, then drifts away, leaving behind only more silence. You realize there is something comforting about sounds that expect nothing from you. They do not require answers. They do not require decisions. They simply exist. The same way the stars exist. The same way the moon exists. The same way this peaceful night exists. When you open your eyes again, the moon has climbed slightly higher. Its silver light spills across the orchard. The trees glow softly. The grass shimmers. The well casts a long shadow across the ground. Everything appears calm. Everything appears exactly where it belongs. The night seems to be teaching a quiet lesson without using words. That not everything needs to be improved. Not everything needs to be fixed. Sometimes things can simply be appreciated, simply experienced, simply received. The thought drifts gently through your mind, then disappears like a cloud crossing the sky. There is no need to hold on to it. No need to analyze it. The night continues, peacefully, steadily, patiently. A shooting star glides silently across the heavens. Its reflection briefly flashes in the polished stones of the well. Then it is gone, leaving the sky unchanged, yet somehow more beautiful for having witnessed it. You remain seated for a little while longer. The cool stone beneath you, the stars above you, the orchard around you, everything encouraging stillness, everything encouraging rest. Eventually, Jesus rises slowly to his feet. You stand beside him. The well remains behind, quiet and timeless beneath the moonlight. The orchard stretches peacefully in every direction. Yet beyond the trees, another path waits. A narrow path disappearing into a valley filled with silver mist. The mist moves gently across the ground, soft as drifting clouds, calm as a sleeping sea. The sight feels inviting, dreamlike, peaceful. Together, you leave the well behind. The orchard gradually fades into the distance, and beneath the endless stars, you begin walking toward the valley of silver mist, where the night grows quieter still. The orchard slowly disappears behind you. The old well becomes a distant silhouette beneath the moonlight. Soon, even that fades from view. Only the trail remains. A narrow ribbon winding gently through the sleeping countryside. Ahead, the silver mist drifts quietly across the valley floor. It moves so slowly that it almost appears still, like a soft blanket spread across the earth. Like clouds that somehow wandered down from the sky to rest among the hills. You and Jesus continue walking side by side. The night feels incredibly calm now. The kind of calm that settles deep within the heart. The kind of calm that makes every breath feel a little slower. Every step feel a little lighter. The path gradually descends into the valley. The grass beneath your feet becomes softer, cooler. Small drops of dew cling to the blades. Moonlight catches them here and there. Tiny points of silver scatter across the ground. The mist grows thicker as you walk. Not enough to hide the world, only enough to soften it. The distant hills appear gentler now, their edges blurred slightly by the drifting haze. The stars remain visible above, bright and clear, yet even their light feels softer here, as though the valley has wrapped everything in quietness. A few moments later, the trail enters the mist completely. The world changes once again, not dramatically, subtly, beautifully. The air feels cooler against your skin. The sounds of the night become even more distant. The breeze slows. The silence deepens. Everything seems wrapped in peace. The mist drifts around the grass, around the wildflowers, around the stones lining the path. It curls and flows gently across the landscape, never hurried, never restless, simply moving according to rhythms older than memory. You take a slow breath. The air smells fresh, clean, almost sweet, like rain that fell many hours ago, like morning arriving long before its time. The farther you walk, the more dreamlike the valley becomes. The hills appear and disappear through the mist. Trees emerge briefly from the silver haze before fading once again. The entire landscape feels gentle, like a memory, like a peaceful dream someone once had and never forgot. For several minutes, neither you nor Jesus speaks. The valley seems to invite silence, the kind of silence that asks nothing from you, the kind that allows tired thoughts to finally rest. You notice how different your mind feels now. Earlier in the journey, thoughts arrived more frequently. Questions, plans, memories, small worries. Now they seem farther apart, like stars scattered across a vast sky. They still appear from time to time, but they no longer crowd together. They no longer compete for attention. They simply drift through, then disappear. The mist continues moving softly around you. A small rabbit appears briefly beside the trail. Its fur silver beneath the moonlight. It pauses for a moment, looks toward you, then hops quietly into the grass and vanishes into the haze. The encounter feels peaceful, natural, like everything else within the valley. Nothing startles, nothing rushes, nothing demands. The journey simply continues, step by step, breath by breath, moment by moment. The trail eventually follows a gentle stream winding through the mist. The water moves quietly over smooth stones, its soft song blending perfectly with the stillness around it. Moonlight reflects from the surface in broken ribbons of silver. The sight is beautiful, yet somehow calming rather than exciting. Everything here seems designed to soothe the heart, to quiet the mind, to encourage rest. You and Jesus walk beside the stream for a while, listening to the water, watching the mist drift across its surface. The scene feels timeless, as though countless travelers have passed this way throughout the ages, finding the same peace, hearing the same water, looking up at the same stars. The thought brings comfort. The world has always contained places of rest, places where hurried hearts can slow down, places where weary souls can breathe again. This valley feels like one of those places. The stream eventually widens slightly, forming a small pool beneath a cluster of willow trees. Their long branches hang gracefully toward the water. The mist gathers beneath them, creating silver curtains that sway gently in the breeze. The sight is almost magical, yet completely peaceful. The willow branches move softly, back and forth, back and forth. Their motion reminds you of the rocking chair beside the lantern keeper's cottage. Slow, steady, comforting. You pause beside the water. The pool reflects the stars above, tiny lights floating upon its surface. The reflections shimmer whenever a ripple passes through, then becomes still once more. Everything returns to calm. The valley seems filled with these small reminders, moments of movement followed by stillness, moments of change followed by peace. The rhythm feels natural, comforting, like breathing. You remain there for a little while, listening to the stream, watching the willow branches sway, feeling the cool mist against your skin. The world feels very far away now. The worries of earlier days seem almost impossible to reach from here. The future feels distant. The past feels distant. Only this moment remains. Only this peaceful night. Only this gentle walk beneath the stars. Eventually, the stream bends away into the mist. The trail continues onward, disappearing toward a faint glow resting somewhere beyond the valley. Not a lantern, not a cottage. Something larger, softer. A pale golden light resting upon the horizon. It shines quietly through the mist, patiently waiting. You and Jesus continue toward it. The willow trees remain behind. The stream continues singing its quiet song. The valley drifts peacefully beneath the moon. And with every step forward, the night grows gentler. The world grows quieter. And rest feels closer than ever before. The silver mist drifts quietly behind you. The willow trees fade into the distance. The gentle stream continues its journey through the valley, carrying its soft song into the darkness. Soon, only the trail remains, and the pale golden light waiting ahead. You and Jesus continue walking side by side. The night feels impossibly peaceful now. The kind of peace that settles so deeply into the heart that it becomes difficult to remember what worry feels like. The trail rises gradually. The mist begins to thin. Little by little, the landscape becomes clearer. The stars shine brightly overhead. The moon hangs low above the horizon, its silver glow blending with the warm golden light ahead. For a moment, the two colors seem to meet. Silver and gold. Moonlight and warmth. Night and comfort. The combination feels beautiful, almost dreamlike. The path curves gently around the hill, and as you reach the top, The source of the golden light finally reveals itself. A vast meadow stretches before you, wide and open beneath the stars. Its grass glows softly beneath the moonlight. Yet scattered throughout the meadow are thousands of tiny golden flowers. Their petals reflect the moon in a way that makes the entire field seem illuminated from within. Not brightly, not enough to disturb the night, only enough to create a gentle golden glow across the landscape. The sight is breathtaking, peaceful, quiet, as though the earth itself has begun to shine. For several moments, you simply stand there, taking it in. The flowers sway gently in the breeze. Their movement creates slow waves of gold flowing across the meadow. The effect feels almost unreal, like watching sunlight move across water. Except this is moonlight, and this is night. You and Jesus begin walking into the meadow. The grass brushes softly against your legs. The flowers sway around you. The air carries a faint fragrance, sweet and delicate, almost impossible to describe. A scent that feels calming the moment you breathe it in. The farther you walk, the more peaceful everything becomes. The meadow seems untouched by noise, untouched by hurry, untouched by the concerns of the world. Only the stars know this place exists. Only the moon. Only the gentle breeze moving through the flowers. You notice that many of the blossoms are already closing for the night, their petals folding inward softly, preparing for rest. The sight makes you smile. Even the flowers understand the rhythm of evening, the rhythm of slowing down, the rhythm of letting go, the rhythm of sleep. You continue walking. The golden blossoms stretch endlessly around you. Some glow brighter than others. Some appear almost silver beneath the moonlight. Together they create a landscape of extraordinary gentleness. The kind of beauty that never asks for attention. The kind that simply exists. Patiently, quietly, freely. For a while, neither you nor Jesus speaks. There is no need. The meadow seems to speak for itself. Every breeze, every flower, every star, everything contributes to the same quiet message. You are safe here. You can rest here. Nothing is required of you. The thought arrives naturally. Not as words, not as instruction, simply as a feeling carried by the night itself. The breeze moves through the meadow once more. Thousands of flowers sway together. The sound resembles a whisper, soft, rhythmic, comforting, almost like distant waves reaching a quiet shore. You listen, and the longer you listen, the slower your thoughts become. The slower your breathing becomes. The softer everything feels. You realize you are no longer thinking about tomorrow. Not intentionally. It simply no longer feels important. Tomorrow will arrive when it arrives. Morning will come when it comes. For now, There is only this peaceful field, this beautiful night, this gentle walk beneath the stars. The meadow gradually rises toward a small hill at its center. At the top stands a simple wooden bench, weathered by time, facing the open sky, waiting quietly among the flowers. You and Jesus walk toward it. The climb is gentle, easy, the kind of climb that barely feels like effort. When you reach the top, the entire meadow spreads before you. Golden flowers, silver moonlight, endless stars, everything glowing softly beneath the heavens. You sit upon the bench. The wood feels cool and smooth, comfortable. The flowers continue swaying below. The breeze continues moving across the hills. The stars continue shining above. Nothing changes. And somehow that feels wonderful. There is comfort in things that remain steady. The stars, the moon, the rhythm of the night, the presence of Jesus beside you. The longer you sit there, the more relaxed you become. Your body feels lighter, your thoughts quieter. The need to think begins dissolving completely, like mist fading beneath morning light. You no longer feel the urge to follow every thought that appears. You simply let them drift by, one after another, like clouds crossing a distant horizon, like leaves floating along a quiet stream, coming, going, never needing to be held. The night remains patient. The meadow remains peaceful. The flowers continue their slow dance beneath the moon. And somewhere beyond the far edge of the field, hidden beneath the stars, another gentle part of the journey waits. But there is no hurry, no urgency, no destination demanding your attention. Only this moment, only this peace, only this beautiful meadow glowing softly beneath the endless night sky. And for now, that is more than enough. For a long while, you remain seated upon the bench. The golden meadow stretches peacefully in every direction. The flowers continue their gentle dance beneath the moonlight. The breeze moves softly across the hills. Nothing rushes. Nothing changes. Nothing asks for your attention. The night simply continues. Steady. Calm. Endless. You watch the flowers below. Their golden glow rises and falls like waves upon a quiet sea. Some sway together. Others move only slightly. Yet somehow the entire meadow feels connected, as though every flower understands the same gentle rhythm. The rhythm of rest, the rhythm of stillness, the rhythm of the sleeping world. You take a slow breath. The cool night air fills your lungs. The scent of grass and blossoms drifts around you. Comforting. Familiar. The kind of scent that belongs only to peaceful evenings beneath open skies. Far above, the stars continue shining. Thousands upon thousands. Some bright enough to catch your eye immediately. Others hidden among countless smaller lights. The longer you look, the more stars you seem to discover. Entire clusters, entire rivers of light, tiny points of brightness stretching endlessly across the heavens. The sky feels larger than ever tonight, vast beyond imagination, yet somehow comforting rather than overwhelming. You find yourself gazing upward for several moments, then several more. The stars seem to invite slow looking, patient looking, the kind of looking that asks nothing from you except presence. Beside you, Jesus remains quietly seated, his gaze resting upon the night sky. His presence feels as natural as the moonlight itself. No words are needed. The silence between you feels peaceful, complete, like the silence shared between lifelong friends watching the stars together. Eventually, Jesus rises from the bench. You stand beside him. The meadow remains beautiful behind you, the flowers glowing softly beneath the moon. The trail continues onward beyond the hill, narrow and gentle, winding upward toward higher ground. Together, you begin walking once more. The path climbs gradually. The meadow slowly falls away behind you. The higher you go, the farther you can see. Rolling hills, silver valleys, moonlit fields stretching into the distance. The entire countryside rests beneath the stars. Peaceful, quiet, still. The climb never feels difficult. Each step comes naturally, effortlessly. The night itself seems to carry you forward. A cool breeze greets you as you reach the top of the hill. The air feels fresh, clean, the kind of air that makes every breath feel renewing. At the summit, the land opens completely. There are no trees here, no buildings, no walls. Nothing stands between you and the sky. Only open space. Only stars. Only silence. The hilltop feels sacred in its simplicity. A place untouched by noise. Untouched by hurry. Untouched by the endless motion of everyday life. The grass is soft beneath your feet, silver beneath the moonlight. A few smooth stones rest here and there across the hillside, ancient and quiet, as though they have spent centuries watching the stars pass overhead. You and Jesus walk slowly across the summit. The stars seem closer here, brighter somehow. The entire sky stretches from one horizon to the other without interruption. A great dome of light above the sleeping earth. You pause for a moment, looking upward. The sight is breathtaking, not because it is dramatic, because it is peaceful. The heavens seem endless tonight, layer upon layer of stars. Some shining brightly, others barely visible, all resting quietly in their places. The longer you look, the more your thoughts begin to slow, the more the world seems to fade away. The stars ask nothing from you. They do not require answers. They do not require effort. They simply shine, night after night, year after year, age after age, faithful, steady, calm. A shooting star drifts silently across the horizon. Its silver trail lingers for a moment, then fades. The darkness returns exactly as before, yet somehow more beautiful. You continue walking along the crest of the hill. The breeze brushes gently against your face. The grass whispers softly around your feet. Everything moves with extraordinary gentleness. Everything feels designed for rest. After a while, you notice something unusual. The hilltop is covered with tiny white flowers, small enough that you almost miss them at first. Hundreds of them scattered among the grass. Their pale petals glow softly beneath the moonlight, like tiny stars resting upon the earth. You smile at the sight. Stars above, stars below. The hill seems suspended between two heavens, one in the sky, one beneath your feet. The flowers sway gently in the breeze. Their motion is almost impossible to notice. Only after several moments do you realize they have moved at all. The entire night seems to exist at this pace. Slow, patient, unhurried. The kind of pace that allows the heart to rest. The kind of pace that invites sleep. You and Jesus eventually come to a smooth patch of grass near the highest point of the hill. The perfect place to pause. The perfect place to simply be. You sit down together. The grass feels cool, soft, comfortable. The stars fill your vision. Everywhere you look, light. Ancient light. Gentle light. Silent light. The breeze continues moving quietly across the hillside. The flowers continue swaying. The moon continues its slow journey through the heavens. Nothing hurries. Nothing strains. Nothing worries. The entire world seems at peace. And little by little, you feel yourself becoming part of that peace. The need to think fades further. The need to plan fades further. Even the need to understand begins to soften. The night asks only one thing of you: to rest. To simply rest. And beneath the endless sky, beside Jesus, surrounded by the quiet stars above and below, rest feels closer than ever before. Far beyond the horizon, hidden somewhere in the sleeping world, another gentle wonder awaits. But for now, the hill belongs to silence. The stars belong to the sky. And this peaceful moment belongs entirely to you. For a long while, you remain upon the hill. The stars stretch endlessly above you. The tiny white flowers shimmer softly among the grass. The breeze moves gently across the open land. Everything feels peaceful. Everything feels still. The world seems content to rest exactly as it is. Eventually, you rise and continue walking beside Jesus. The hilltop slowly falls behind. The path descends through gentle slopes covered in moonlit grass. The journey continues at its familiar pace. Slow, unhurried, comfortable. The kind of pace that asks nothing from you except the next step. The night feels deeper now. Not darker, simply deeper, as though you have wandered farther into its quiet heart. The stars remain bright above, yet somehow they feel softer, their light blending perfectly with the silver glow of the moon. You follow the winding trail through the sleeping countryside. The land rolls gently beneath the sky. Small hills rise and fall around you. Patches of wildflowers appear here and there beside the path. Their petals close for the night, resting, waiting for morning. The air carries the scent of grass and earth. Fresh, clean, comforting. The sort of scent that belongs only to peaceful nights far from busy roads and crowded places. For several minutes, neither you nor Jesus speaks. The silence feels natural, like a familiar companion walking quietly beside you. The world itself seems to have grown quieter. Even the breeze has softened. Only your footsteps remain. And soon, even those seem to blend into the stillness. The trail curves around a gentle hillside. And there, nestled within a small grove of trees, you see it. A chapel. Small and simple. Resting peacefully beneath the stars. Its stone walls glow softly in the moonlight. Its roof slopes gently beneath the night sky. A single bell tower rises above it, modest and quiet. The chapel feels old, not worn, not forgotten, simply old in the way beloved things often are. Well cared for, deeply cherished. The kind of place where generations have found peace. A narrow stone path leads toward its wooden doors. Wildflowers grow along both sides, their pale blossoms shining softly beneath the moon. You and Jesus follow the path. The chapel remains silent. No lights glow within its windows. No voices drift through the night. Everything suggests that it has long since settled into sleep. And yet, somehow, it feels welcoming. The way a warm home feels welcoming even when everyone inside is resting. You approach slowly. The wooden doors remain closed. The small bell above remains still. The trees surrounding the chapel sway gently in the breeze. Their leaves whisper softly overhead. A comforting sound. A familiar sound. The kind of sound that belongs to peaceful evenings. Beside the chapel stands a wooden bench, weathered by years of sun and rain, positioned beneath a large oak tree. Its branches spread wide above, offering shade by day and shelter by night. You and Jesus sit together upon the bench. The chapel rests quietly before you. The oak tree rustles softly above. The stars continue shining overhead. Everything feels calm. Everything feels safe. The longer you sit there, the more the chapel seems to become part of the night itself. Not separate from it. Part of it. Like the stars. Like the trees. Like the hills. A peaceful presence within the landscape. You notice small details. The smooth stones in the chapel wall. The gentle curve of the roof, the tiny cross resting upon the bell tower. Simple things, beautiful things, the sort of details people only notice when they have finally slowed down enough to see them. A breeze drifts through the grove. The branches above sway gently. Moonlight dances across the ground. Shadows move slowly beneath the tree. Everything feels wonderfully unimportant. Not meaningless. Unimportant in the best possible way. The sort of moment where nothing needs your attention. Nothing needs your effort. Nothing needs to be solved. The world continues peacefully without asking anything from you. You lean back slightly upon the bench. The wood feels cool and comfortable. The night air brushes softly across your skin. The sounds of the grove settle into a soothing rhythm. Leaves rustling, branches swaying, distant grass moving in the breeze. All of it blending together into a gentle lullaby. The chapel remains silent. Its doors closed. Its windows dark. And somehow that makes it even more peaceful. It feels like a place that understands rest. A place that knows the value of quiet. A place content to wait patiently until morning arrives. You glance toward Jesus. He watches the chapel with a soft smile. The same calm expression he has carried throughout the journey. Steady, kind, peaceful. His presence feels as natural as breathing, as natural as the stars overhead, as natural as the earth beneath your feet. The longer you remain beside the chapel, the sleepier the world seems to become. The breeze slows, the sounds soften, even time itself feels gentler. Minutes pass unnoticed, perhaps longer. The night keeps its own pace here, and that pace is wonderfully slow. At last, you notice a narrow path leading beyond the chapel grove. It disappears between rows of tall trees. Moonlight spills across it, silver and soft, inviting without demanding. The journey continues, but there is no rush to follow it. For now, you simply sit, breathing slowly, listening quietly, watching the stars above the sleeping chapel, feeling the peace of the night settle deeper and deeper within your heart. And somewhere beyond the grove, hidden beneath the moonlit sky, another gentle chapter waits patiently for your arrival. Eventually, you rise from the bench beneath the oak tree. The small chapel remains behind you, quiet and peaceful beneath the stars. Its bell tower stands silently against the night sky, its stone walls glowing softly in the moonlight. For a moment, you glance back one last time. The sight feels comforting, like leaving behind a good memory. Not because it is ending, but because it will remain with you long after you continue on. You and Jesus step onto the narrow path beyond the grove. The trail disappears between tall trees. Their branches arch overhead, creating a natural canopy beneath the stars. Moonlight filters through the leaves, silver beams resting gently upon the forest floor. The woodland feels peaceful from the very first step. Not mysterious, not wild, simply peaceful. The kind of place where every sound feels softer, every movement feels slower. The path beneath your feet is smooth, covered with soft leaves and pine needles. Your footsteps make almost no sound at all. The forest seems to welcome silence, to protect it, to hold it carefully. The deeper you walk, the quieter everything becomes. The trees stand tall around you, patient and still, their trunks silvered by moonlight, their branches swaying gently in the night breeze. Every now and then, a few leaves drift downward, turning slowly through the air before settling upon the ground. The sight feels calming, simple, beautiful. For a while, neither you nor Jesus speaks. The forest does not seem to require words. Its peace speaks clearly enough. The breeze moves softly through the canopy overhead, creating a gentle whisper among the leaves. The sound rises and falls, never hurried, never loud, only steady, only soothing. You listen for a few moments, then a few more. The rhythm feels almost musical, like a lullaby the forest has been singing for centuries. The air smells fresh here, a mixture of pine, earth, and cool night air. Every breath feels clean, refreshing, comfortable. The kind of air that invites deep breathing without effort. The kind of air that makes the body want to relax. The path curves gently around a cluster of trees. Ahead, moonlight spills into a small clearing. The grass glows softly. Tiny white flowers bloom among the blades, their pale petals reflecting the stars above. You walk through the clearing slowly. The flowers sway in the breeze, their movement almost too gentle to notice. Everything here seems to move according to the same quiet rhythm. The grass, the trees, the breeze, the stars. Even your thoughts seem to have joined that rhythm now. Coming slowly, leaving slowly, never rushing, never demanding. The forest continues beyond the clearing, its shadows soft, its silence welcoming. As you walk, you begin noticing how comfortable the night feels. Not cold, not warm, simply comfortable. The perfect balance, the perfect stillness, the perfect place to let your mind rest. Far above, glimpses of stars appear through openings in the branches. Small windows into the heavens. Bright points of light scattered across the darkness. You find yourself looking up often. Each glimpse feels special. A reminder that the stars have remained with you throughout the journey. Over the meadow, over the hills, over the lake, over the valley, over the chapel. Always there, quietly shining, quietly watching. The trail begins descending slightly. The trees grow farther apart. The moonlight becomes stronger. More of the sky appears overhead. The forest feels lighter now. more open. The breeze carries a faint new scent. Fresh grass, wildflowers, open field somewhere ahead. The woodland path is slowly giving way to another landscape. Another peaceful place hidden within the night. You continue walking beside Jesus. The familiar comfort of his presence remains unchanged. Steady as ever. Calm as ever. No words are needed. The journey itself feels enough. The companionship itself feels enough. A small owl watches from a low branch nearby, its feathers glowing softly in the moonlight. It remains perfectly still as you pass. Quiet, peaceful, part of the sleeping world. Soon, the trees begin thinning even more. Moonlight pours across the trail ahead. The stars seem brighter once again. The forest gradually opens behind you, its whispers fading into the distance. And beyond the final line of trees, a wide field stretches beneath the heavens. Silver grass, rolling hills, a sky overflowing with stars. The sight welcomes you gently, without urgency, without expectation, simply waiting. The woodland path has brought you somewhere new, somewhere peaceful, somewhere quiet. And together, beneath the endless night sky, you and Jesus continue onward. The woodland path fades behind you. The trees become distant shadows beneath the moonlight. Ahead, the open countryside stretches peacefully beneath the stars. You and Jesus continue walking side by side. The night feels softer than ever now, as though the world has fully settled into sleep. The breeze moves gently across the hills. The grass sways in slow waves. The stars shine steadily overhead. Everything seems perfectly content to remain exactly where it is. The trail winds through a wide field. At first, it appears empty. Only moonlit grass stretching toward the horizon. But as you walk farther, you begin noticing small points of golden light scattered across the landscape. One here, another there, then another, and another. Tiny lanterns, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, resting quietly among the grass. Their warm glow flickers gently against the silver moonlight. The sight is beautiful. The lanterns are not arranged in rows. They are not placed according to any pattern. They simply rest wherever they happen to be, like stars that have drifted down from the heavens to spend the night upon the earth. You and Jesus continue walking through the field. The lanterns illuminate small circles of grass around them, warm islands of light within the cool silver landscape. Some hang from short wooden posts. Others rest directly upon the ground. A few sit beside smooth stones. Each one glows quietly, patiently, without asking to be noticed. The farther you walk, the more lanterns appear. Golden lights stretching across the hills in every direction. The entire field seems alive with gentle warmth. Yet nothing feels bright. Nothing feels overwhelming. The night remains peaceful. The darkness remains soft. The lanterns simply add a quiet comfort to the landscape, like tiny reminders that light can exist without disturbing rest. You pause beside one of the lanterns. Its flame flickers softly behind clear glass. Steady, calm, protected from the breeze. You watch it for several moments. The flame never rushes, never struggles. It simply glows, providing warmth, providing light, doing exactly what it was created to do. The thought drifts through your mind, then drifts away once more. The night asks nothing from your thoughts, only your presence, only your willingness to walk, only your willingness to rest. You continue forward. The lanterns accompany you across the field, their glow creating a gentle pathway through the grass. The stars shine above. The lanterns shine below. And between them, you and Jesus walk through the peaceful heart of the night. The breeze carries the scent of wildflowers. Somewhere nearby, crickets sing softly. Their song rises and falls beneath the stars. Gentle, rhythmic, comforting. The sound blends perfectly with everything else. Nothing competes. Nothing demands attention. Every part of the night works together to create peace. The farther you travel into the field, the sleepier the world seems to become. The hills soften. The shadows soften. Even your thoughts seem wrapped in quietness. The lantern light dances across the grass, creating tiny movements that are almost hypnotic. You find yourself watching without effort, simply observing, simply existing within the moment. A moment that feels endless, timeless, beautiful. Eventually, the field begins rising toward a gentle ridge. The lanterns continue all the way to the top. A river of golden lights flowing upward through the darkness. You and Jesus follow them, step by step. The climb feels effortless. The grass remains soft beneath your feet. The breeze remains gentle. The stars remain faithful overhead. When you finally reach the ridge, a breathtaking view unfolds before you. Beyond the hill lies a vast landscape bathed in moonlight. Valleys, meadows, distant forests, silver rivers winding through the countryside. And scattered throughout it all, countless tiny lanterns glowing in the darkness. As far as the eye can see, the entire sleeping world seems filled with quiet light. You stand there for a while, simply looking, simply breathing, simply resting. Beside you, Jesus gazes across the landscape. The same calm peace rests upon his face. The same gentle presence that has accompanied you throughout the journey. No words are spoken. None are needed. The view itself feels enough. The night itself feels enough. For a long moment, you remain there together, watching the lanterns glow beneath the stars, watching the sleeping world rest peacefully below. And somewhere beyond the distant horizon, hidden within the gentle darkness, another beautiful chapter of the journey waits patiently for your arrival. For a long while, you remain upon the ridge. The field of lanterns stretches behind you. The sleeping countryside unfolds before you. Countless tiny lights glow across the valleys below, golden and warm against the silver landscape. The sight feels peaceful beyond words. Nothing moves quickly. Nothing demands attention. The entire world seems to be breathing slowly beneath the stars. Eventually, you and Jesus continue onward. The trail follows the crest of the ridge for a time. Soft grass bends beneath the breeze. Moonlight washes across the hills. The lanterns gradually become fewer. One by one, their gentle lights fade into the distance behind you. Soon there are only stars overhead once again. Only the path. Only the quiet companionship of the journey. The ridge begins descending toward a broad valley. Far below, something catches the moonlight. A silver ribbon winding through the darkness. At first, it appears almost like mist, but with each step, the shape becomes clearer. A river. Wide, calm, beautiful. Its surface reflects the moon so perfectly that it seems made entirely of light. The river curves gracefully through the valley. Silver upon silver. Moonlight flowing through the sleeping earth. You continue walking toward it. The night air grows cooler. Fresh and clean. The scent of water drifts softly upon the breeze. The sound reaches you next. A gentle murmur. Not loud enough to disturb the silence. Only enough to become part of it. The trail eventually reaches the riverbank. Smooth stones line the shore. Grass grows in soft patches between them. The water glides past without hurry, without effort, reflecting the stars above as it continues its endless journey. You stop for a moment beside the river, watching the reflections drift across its surface. The stars appear to float within the water. Tiny lights carried along by the current. The sight feels dreamlike, as though the sky itself has descended to travel beside you. The river asks nothing of the stars. The stars ask nothing of the river. Yet together they create something beautiful, something peaceful, something worth quietly noticing. You and Jesus begin following the riverbank. The path stays close to the water, sometimes only a few steps away. The moonlight dances across the surface, creating silver patterns that constantly change, yet somehow remain calming, never distracting, never hurried. The river seems to understand the pace of the night, the pace of rest, the pace of sleep. A small wooden bridge appears ahead, simple and weathered, its curved shape reflected perfectly in the water below. You cross it slowly. The boards creak softly beneath your feet. A familiar sound, comforting somehow. The kind of sound that belongs to old places and quiet journeys. When you reach the middle of the bridge, you pause. The view is beautiful. Upstream, the river disappears into silver mist. Downstream, it winds through moonlit fields and distant hills. The stars shimmer upon its surface in every direction. The entire valley glows softly beneath the heavens. You remain there for a moment, breathing, listening, resting. The gentle sound of water flowing beneath the bridge. The whisper of the breeze through nearby grass. The quiet presence of Jesus beside you. Everything feels exactly as it should. Nothing more is needed. Eventually, you continue onward. The bridge remains behind. The river stays beside you. Its soft song accompanying every step. The farther you walk, the calmer your thoughts become. The quieter your mind becomes. The world feels distant now. Very distant. The responsibilities, the schedules, the unfinished tasks, all of them seem far beyond the horizon. Tonight belongs to something else. Tonight belongs to peace. The river curves through a stretch of open meadow. Moonlit flowers bloom along its banks, their petals glowing softly in the darkness. The breeze moves through them gently, creating slow waves of motion. The entire landscape seems alive with quiet beauty. Not dramatic beauty, not overwhelming beauty. The kind of beauty that invites you to relax, to let go, to simply be. You notice how naturally your breathing matches the rhythm of the river now. Slow, steady, easy, like the flowing water, like the moving breeze, like the turning of the stars overhead. Everything in the night seems connected, everything moving together in perfect harmony. The river eventually widens, its surface becoming even smoother, even more reflective. Ahead, the moonlight gathers into a brilliant silver path stretching across the water. A glowing road of light leading toward the horizon. The sight is breathtaking, yet peaceful, as though the moon itself has created a pathway across the river. A pathway leading deeper into the heart of the sleeping world. You and Jesus continue walking toward it, the silver road shimmering quietly upon the water, the stars shining faithfully above, the river flowing gently beside you, and somewhere beyond the next bend, hidden within the moonlit valley, another peaceful wonder waits patiently. Beneath the night sky, the river of moonlight continues beside you. Its silver surface glides quietly through the valley. The glowing path upon the water stretches toward the horizon, slowly shifting with every gentle ripple. You and Jesus follow the riverbank. The night remains calm, steady, peaceful. The sort of peace that seems to deepen with every step. The breeze is softened now, only occasionally moving through the grass, only occasionally touching the surface of the water. Most of the valley rests in perfect stillness, as though the world itself has fallen asleep. The river bends gradually around a hillside, Moonlight spills across the curve, silver light dancing upon the water. As you round the bend, something new appears ahead. A stone archway, simple and elegant, partially covered with climbing vines. The arch stands beside the riverbank as though it has been waiting quietly for countless years. Moonlight rests upon its weathered stones. Tiny white flowers bloom among the vines, their petals glowing softly beneath the stars. You and Jesus walk toward it. The closer you come, the more peaceful the place feels. Not because it is grand, not because it is extraordinary, because it feels cared for, loved, protected. A place where beauty has been allowed to grow naturally. The archway opens onto a narrow garden path. Beyond it, rows of rose bushes stretch into the distance. Night roses, their blossoms dark and velvety beneath the moonlight. Some appear deep crimson, others almost silver, their colors shifting gently in the soft glow of the night. The fragrance reaches you immediately, delicate, comforting, never overpowering, only enough to fill the air with sweetness. You pass beneath the archway. The garden welcomes you with silence. Not an empty silence, a living silence. The kind found in places where everything is settled peacefully into rest. The path winds slowly through the roses. Stone lanterns stand here and there among the flowers. Their warm light flickers gently, golden against the silver moonlight. The combination creates a soft, dreamlike glow across the garden. Every rose seems touched by both moonlight and lantern light. Every petal carrying a little silver and a little gold. You continue walking beside Jesus. The path curves gently, never rushing toward a destination, never moving in a straight line, simply wandering through the beauty of the garden. The roses sway softly whenever the breeze passes through. Their movement is almost graceful, like dancers moving slowly through a peaceful dream. You pause beside one of the bushes. A single blossom catches the moonlight perfectly. Its petals seem almost luminous, layer upon layer unfolding toward the night sky. Beautiful without effort. Beautiful simply because it exists. You smile quietly, then continue walking. The garden grows larger than you first realized. Every turn reveals another path, another cluster of flowers, another peaceful corner hidden beneath the stars. Some sections are bordered by low stone walls. Others open towards small meadows filled with wildflowers. Each area feels unique, yet all of them share the same calm spirit, the same gentle invitation to rest. Far above, the stars continue shining, visible through openings between the trees and roses. Faithful companions throughout the journey, their light filtering softly into the garden, adding to its quiet beauty. The farther you walk, the more relaxed you become. The fragrance of roses, the soft lantern glow, the gentle breeze, the peaceful presence of Jesus. Everything works together like a lullaby. Nothing pulls at your attention. Nothing asks for effort. The night simply carries you forward. A small fountain eventually appears ahead. Round and simple. Built from pale stone. Water rises gently from its center before falling back into the basin below. The sound is soft, barely more than a whisper. Yet somehow it fills the garden perfectly. You and Jesus sit upon a nearby stone bench. The fountain continues its gentle song. The roses sway softly around you. The lanterns flicker. The stars shine. The night feels timeless here, as though morning is still very far away, as though the world has forgotten to hurry. You listen to the fountain. The water never rushes, never strains. It rises, falls, rises, falls. The same simple rhythm repeating again and again. Comforting, predictable, peaceful. You find yourself watching the moonlight reflected within the water. Tiny silver patterns moving across the surface. Always changing, yet always calm. The longer you watch, the sleepier everything feels. Even the roses seem drowsy beneath the stars. Even the breeze seems content to move more slowly. The entire garden appears wrapped in a blanket of quietness. A place where worries cannot follow. A place where hurried thoughts gently lose their way. Eventually, you rise once more. The fountain remains behind. The roses continue blooming beneath the moonlight. The lanterns continue glowing softly among the flowers. The garden path stretches onward through the night, disappearing beneath a canopy of flowering vines. And somewhere beyond that moonlit pathway, hidden among the sleeping hills, another peaceful chapter of the journey patiently waits. The fountain remains behind you. Its gentle song slowly fades into the distance. The roses continue blooming beneath the moonlight. The lanterns continue glowing softly among the flowers. And ahead, the garden path disappears beneath a canopy of flowering vines. You and Jesus continue forward. The entrance to the pathway is simple. A series of wooden arches stretching into the night. Each arch covered with silver vines. Their leaves shimmer softly beneath the moonlight. Tiny blossoms hang among them like little stars. White, delicate, peaceful. The moment you step beneath the canopy, the world feels quieter. Not because the sounds disappear, because they become softer, more distant. The night seems to wrap itself around this place, protecting its stillness, protecting its peace. Moonlight filters through the leaves overhead, creating gentle patterns across the path. Silver patches of light, soft shadows, a quiet dance of brightness and darkness. The effect feels almost dreamlike, as though you are walking through a place suspended somewhere between earth and sky. The vines stretch far ahead, their branches weaving together overhead, forming a living ceiling of leaves and blossoms. The air smells sweet, Not strongly, only enough to create a sense of comfort, a sense of calm. The fragrance drifts softly with every breath. You continue walking. The path beneath your feet is smooth. The arches pass slowly overhead, one after another, each one nearly identical, yet somehow comforting. The gentle repetition feels soothing, like the rhythm of waves reaching a shore, like the steady ticking of an old clock in a peaceful home, like breathing, slow, easy, natural. The farther you travel beneath the canopy, the sleepier the night seems to become. The stars occasionally appear through small openings above, tiny glimpses of the heavens shining through the leaves. Each glimpse feels like a quiet reminder. The stars are still there, watching, guiding, accompanying you on the journey. A breeze drifts through the vines. The blossoms sway gently overhead. A few petals float downward, turning slowly through the moonlight. They settle softly upon the path, without sound, without hurry. The sight is calming. You watch several petals drift toward the ground, then another, each one moving according to its own peaceful rhythm. No two following exactly the same path, yet all arriving gently where they belong. The thought drifts quietly through your mind, then fades. The night asks nothing from your thoughts, only your attention, only your presence, only your willingness to continue walking. Beside you, Jesus moves with the same steady pace he has carried throughout the journey. Unhurried, peaceful. His presence feels like part of the landscape now. As natural as the stars, as natural as the breeze, as natural as the moonlight itself. The arches continue, the vines continue, the path stretches onward, and somehow, the gentle repetition becomes deeply relaxing. Each step feels lighter than the last, each breath slower than before. The world beyond the canopy feels very far away now, almost forgotten. Ahead, the path widens slightly. The arches become taller. The vines part just enough to reveal something in the distance. A soft silver glow. Not moonlight. Not lantern light. Something gentler. Something that seems to come from the landscape itself. You and Jesus continue toward it. The glow grows gradually brighter. Still soft. Still peaceful. The vines begin thinning. The arches become farther apart. More of the sky appears overhead. The stars seem especially bright here, as though they too are watching whatever lies ahead. Eventually, the canopy opens completely. The path emerges into a wide clearing, and for a moment, you simply stop and look. Before you stretches a field unlike any you have seen before. Tall silver grass sways beneath the moonlight. The entire meadow glows softly, not brightly, only enough to create the feeling that the earth itself is illuminated from within. The grass moves in slow waves, like a calm ocean beneath the stars. The sight is breathtaking, yet wonderfully peaceful. The kind of beauty that quiets the heart rather than excites it. The kind of beauty that invites rest. You stand there beside Jesus, the silver field stretching endlessly before you, the stars shining overhead, the breeze moving gently across the glowing grass, and somewhere beyond the far edge of the meadow, hidden beneath the quiet heavens, another gentle wonder waits patiently in the sleeping world. The canopy of silver vines rests quietly behind you. Its arches fade into the moonlit distance. Ahead, the vast field of silver grass stretches beneath the stars. Endless, peaceful, gently glowing beneath the night sky. For a few moments, you simply stand beside Jesus, looking across the meadow, watching the grass move with the breeze. The sight feels almost like watching the ocean. Slow waves flowing across the landscape, rolling softly from one horizon to the other. Never hurried, never restless. The silver grass bends gracefully whenever the wind touches it, then rises again, calmly, patiently, as though it has been performing the same quiet dance for thousands of years. You and Jesus step into the meadow. The grass reaches nearly to your knees. Its silver blades shimmer beneath the moonlight. Tiny drops of dew cling to the tips, each one reflecting stars, each one carrying its own tiny piece of the night sky. The farther you walk, the more peaceful the meadow becomes. The grass softens the sound of your footsteps. The breeze softens the silence. Everything seems wrapped in gentleness. Nothing feels sharp. Nothing feels demanding. Only softness. Only rest. The stars remain brilliant overhead. They appear especially clear here. Perhaps because there are no trees, no buildings, nothing standing between the earth and the heavens. Only open space. Only endless sky. The feeling is comforting. The kind of comfort that comes from realizing how vast the world truly is, and how peaceful it can be. A cool breeze drifts across the field. The silver grass responds immediately. Waves begin moving across the meadow, one after another, slowly, gracefully. You watch them travel through the landscape. The sight feels almost hypnotic. The waves never stop, yet they never rush. Each one arrives in its own time, then disappears into the distance. You find yourself breathing in rhythm with them. Slow breaths, easy breaths. The kind of breathing that happens when the body is completely relaxed. The kind of breathing that belongs to sleep. You continue walking beside Jesus. The moon hangs quietly above the horizon, its silver glow blending perfectly with the meadow below. At times, it becomes difficult to tell where the earth ends and the sky begins. Everything seems connected. The stars, the grass, the breeze, the night, the entire world moving together in quiet harmony. The meadow stretches farther than you imagined, yet it never feels repetitive. Every wave of grass appears slightly different. Every patch of moonlight slightly unique. Every moment carrying its own peaceful beauty. A few fireflies drift through the field, their tiny lights glowing softly among the silver blades. Not many, only a handful, enough to add a little warmth to the landscape, enough to feel magical without disturbing the calm. They move lazily through the air, their lights appearing, disappearing, appearing again, like little lanterns floating through a dream. You watch them for a while, then let your gaze return to the stars. The sky feels especially vast tonight. Layer upon layer of distant light. Ancient light. Silent light. Gentle light. You wonder how many travelers throughout history have stood beneath these same stars. How many have looked upward and felt the same sense of peace, the same sense of wonder. The thought lingers briefly, then drifts away. Like everything else tonight, nothing stays long enough to become heavy. Everything moves softly through the mind. Everything weaves gently. The meadow continues rolling beneath the moonlight. The grass continues swaying. The stars continue shining. The journey continues unfolding. Without effort. Without urgency. Eventually, you notice something unusual ahead. At first, it appears to be another hill. A smooth rise within the sea of silver grass. But as you draw closer, the shape becomes clearer. At the top stands a single tree. Large, beautiful, its branches spreading wide beneath the stars, its leaves shimmering silver in the moonlight. The tree seems almost luminous, as though it has gathered a little of the moon's light among its branches. You and Jesus continue toward it. The tree remains still and peaceful upon the hill, waiting quietly, its silhouette growing larger with every step. The meadow seems to flow around it like water around an island. The sight feels inviting, comforting, the kind of place where a traveler might stop and rest. The kind of place where the night feels especially gentle. The climb toward the hill is easy. The grass remains soft beneath your feet. The breeze remains cool and calm. The stars remain faithful overhead. And as you approach the silver tree, you feel an even deeper sense of peace settling within you, as though the night is guiding you toward another place of rest, another quiet sanctuary hidden beneath the endless heavens. The sea of silver grass sways quietly behind you. Its gentle waves continue rolling beneath the moonlight. Ahead, the great silver tree stands upon the hill, peaceful, still, waiting beneath the stars. You and Jesus continue toward it. With every step, the tree seems more beautiful. Its branches spread wide across the night sky. Its leaves shimmer softly whenever the breeze touches them. Moonlight gathers among them like silver rain caught in a canopy. The sight feels calming, the kind of beauty that does not ask to be admired, the kind that simply exists, patiently, gracefully. The hill rises gently from the surrounding meadow. The climb feels effortless. The breeze remains cool. The stars remain bright. The grass whispers softly around your feet. Everything moves according to the same slow rhythm. Everything encourages rest. As you reach the top of the hill, the view opens around you. The silver meadow stretches toward every horizon. Moonlit waves of grass flowing endlessly beneath the heavens. The stars seem even closer here, brighter somehow, as though the hill has lifted you nearer to them. The tree stands at the highest point, its trunk wide and ancient, its bark smooth in some places, weathered in others. A tree that seems to have stood here for a very long time, watching seasons come and go, watching countless nights pass beneath the stars. Its roots disappear deep into the earth. Its branches reach gently toward the sky, perfectly balanced between heaven and earth. You and Jesus walk beneath its canopy. Immediately, the world feels quieter. Not because the sounds vanish, because they soften. The breeze becomes gentler. The meadow feels more distant. The night seems to gather peacefully beneath the branches. A natural sanctuary. A place of shelter. A place of rest. The grass beneath the tree is especially soft, almost like a blanket woven from moonlight itself. Small white flowers bloom around the roots, their petals glowing softly in the darkness. The entire hilltop feels sacred, not in a grand way, in a peaceful way. A place where silence feels welcome. A place where tired hearts can rest. You sit beneath the tree, leaning gently against its trunk. The bark feels cool and solid behind you, comforting, steady, reliable. Jesus sits nearby. The silver leaves whisper softly overhead. Their sound blends perfectly with the breeze. A quiet song. A peaceful song. One that seems older than memory. You close your eyes for a moment. Only for a moment. And immediately the sounds of the night become clearer. The rustling leaves. The distant movement of grass across the meadow. The soft rhythm of your own breathing. Everything feels connected. Everything feels calm. The longer you remain beneath the tree, the more relaxed your body becomes. Your shoulders loosen. Your breathing slows. The thoughts that occasionally drift through your mind seem lighter now. More distant. Like clouds crossing a horizon far away. You do not need to follow them. You do not need to hold them. You simply let them pass. The tree asks nothing from you. The stars ask nothing from you. The night asks nothing from you. You are free to simply rest. A gentle breeze moves through the canopy. Thousands of silver leaves shimmer at once. The sound resembles rainfall. Very soft rainfall. Far away. Comforting. sleepy. You listen to it for several moments, then several more. The rhythm never changes, never surprises, never interrupts. It simply continues, steady as breathing, steady as the stars. Above the branches, glimpses of the heavens appear, small openings revealing clusters of stars, tiny windows into the endless night. You watch them quietly, one cluster, then another, then another. The stars seem almost suspended in stillness, yet somehow alive with light. Ancient light traveling across unimaginable distances. Arriving here tonight. Arriving at this hill. At this tree. At this peaceful moment. The thought feels beautiful, then gently drifts away. The night continues. The leaves continue whispering. The meadow continues swaying. The stars continue shining. Nothing hurries. Nothing strains. Nothing worries. Everything simply is. And somehow that feels like enough. For a long while, you remain beneath the silver tree. The world outside the hill feels very far away now. Almost forgotten. Only peace remains. Only stillness. Only the gentle companionship of Jesus beside you. Eventually, through the branches, you notice a faint glow far beyond the meadow. Very distant. Very soft. Not golden. Not silver. A warm pearly light resting upon the horizon. Subtle. Gentle. Patient. The kind of light that seems to be waiting rather than calling. You watch it quietly. The glow remains steady. Peaceful. Mysterious. Somewhere beyond the sea of silver grass. Somewhere beyond the sleeping hills. Another sanctuary waits beneath the stars. Another peaceful place hidden within the heart of the night. But for now, beneath the silver tree, surrounded by whispering leaves and endless starlight, you remain completely at rest, and the night continues its quiet journey around you. For a long while, you remain beneath the silver tree. The leaves continue whispering softly overhead. The sea of silver grass rolls gently across the hills below. The stars shine faithfully in the heavens. Everything feels peaceful. Everything feels complete. The night seems content to remain exactly as it is. And for a little while, so are you. The faint pearly glow rests upon the distant horizon. Steady, gentle, patient. It does not demand attention. It does not call out. It simply waits, like a quiet promise hidden within the night. Eventually, you rise from your place beneath the tree. The soft grass bends beneath your feet. The silver leaves shimmer once more in the breeze. Then you and Jesus continue walking. The tree remains behind, standing peacefully upon its hill, watching over the sleeping meadow. The path ahead is narrow, almost hidden among the silver grass. yet somehow easy to follow. The pearly glow remains far ahead, a distant lantern upon the edge of the world. The sea of silver grass gradually gives way to rolling hills. The landscape becomes softer, gentler. The hills rise and fall like slow waves beneath the moonlight. The breeze continues drifting across them, carrying the scent of wildflowers and cool night air. The stars remain brilliant overhead, countless lights scattered across the heavens. Their reflections seem almost visible within the dew-covered grass. Tiny stars above, tiny stars below. The entire world feels wrapped in light. Soft light, gentle light, the kind of light that comforts rather than awakens. You and Jesus walk in comfortable silence. The journey feels effortless now, as though the night itself is carrying you forward, step by step, breath by breath, moment by moment. The farther you travel, the more the pearly glow seems to expand. Not brighter, simply larger, as though you are slowly approaching something vast, something peaceful, something beautiful. The hills gradually part, revealing a broad valley stretching before you. Moonlight washes across the landscape, silver rivers of light flowing over grass and stone. The valley appears untouched, perfectly still beneath the stars, and at its center runs a winding path unlike any you have seen before. The pathway glows softly, not with lanterns, not with moonlight, with the same gentle pearly radiance that shines upon the horizon. The stones themselves seem luminous, as though they hold a little light within them. You stop for a moment, looking at the pathway. It winds gracefully through the valley, curving between gentle hills, disappearing into the distance. The glow remains subtle, never bright, never overwhelming, only enough to create a feeling of warmth, a feeling of welcome. You and Jesus step onto the path. Immediately, the night feels even calmer. The stones beneath your feet seem smooth, polished by time, polished by countless peaceful journeys. The glow surrounding them spreads softly across the grass, creating a faint halo of light along the trail. The farther you walk, the more dreamlike the valley becomes. The hills seem softer, the shadows gentler. Even the stars appear warmer somehow, as though everything in this place has been touched by peace. A few small streams cross beneath the pathway, their waters glowing faintly in the pearly light. Tiny bridges arch gracefully over them, simple and elegant. Each crossing feels effortless. Each step feels lighter than the last. The valley seems designed for rest, designed for stillness, designed for hearts that have grown weary and need a place to breathe. You notice how quiet your thoughts have become. Long stretches pass without any thoughts at all. Only awareness, only presence, only the gentle experience of walking beside Jesus through the night. The feeling is surprisingly comforting. There is no pressure to think, No pressure to plan. No pressure to understand. The journey unfolds without effort. The path unfolds without effort. Everything unfolds exactly as it should. The pearly glow continues guiding the way. Always ahead. Always gentle. Never distant enough to lose. Never close enough to fully reach. The valley stretches onward beneath the stars. Beautiful and silent. The breeze barely moves now. The air feels still. Almost sacred. As though the entire landscape is holding its breath in peaceful anticipation. Far ahead, beyond another rise in the valley, the glow seems to gather more strongly. A soft radiance resting somewhere beyond the hills. You cannot yet see its source. Only its presence. Only its warmth. Only the feeling that something wonderful waits ahead. Not exciting. Not dramatic. Wonderful in the quietest sense of the word. The kind of wonder that brings peace rather than surprise. The kind of wonder that feels like coming home. You and Jesus continue walking toward it. The luminous path winding gently beneath your feet. The stars shining above. The valley resting around you. And somewhere beyond the next hill, hidden within the pearly light, another peaceful sanctuary patiently waits in the heart of the sleeping night. The pearly path continues beneath your feet. Its soft radiance flows quietly through the valley. The hills rise and fall around you like sleeping waves. The stars remain bright overhead. The night remains calm, steady, peaceful. You and Jesus continue walking side by side. The glow ahead seems a little closer now. Not enough to reveal its source. Only enough to remind you that the journey is slowly leading somewhere. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere beautiful. The pathway curves gently between two hills. The valley narrows for a short distance. Tall grass grows along the slopes. Silver beneath the moonlight. Moving softly whenever the breeze touches it. The world feels incredibly still. Then, for the first time in many chapters, you hear a sound. A bell. Very faint. Very distant. A single gentle chime drifting across the night. Soft enough that you almost wonder if you imagined it. The sound fades quickly. The silence returns. Yet somehow the valley feels even more peaceful afterward. You continue walking. Several moments pass. Then another bell sounds. Far away. Warm. Gentle. The note drifts through the air like a floating feather. Never loud. Never startling. Only calming. The kind of sound that belongs to peaceful places. The kind of sound that seems designed for quiet hearts. You glance toward the hills. The source remains hidden. Somewhere beyond the valley. Somewhere beyond sight. Yet the bells continue from time to time. One soft note. Then silence. A few minutes later, another. Then silence again. Each chime feels perfectly spaced. perfectly patient, as though the night itself is ringing them. The path leads onward. The hills gradually begin opening once more. The valley widens. Moonlight pours across the landscape. The pearly glow continues shimmering softly along the trail. The bells remain distant companions, their voices drifting across the sleeping countryside. You find yourself listening for them, not waiting impatiently, simply noticing. Each gentle note arrives like a small gift, a reminder of how beautiful quiet sounds can be, a reminder that peace does not always require complete silence. Sometimes peace arrives through a single soft sound echoing through the night. You and Jesus continue walking. The valley becomes increasingly beautiful. Small streams cross the landscape. Moonlit flowers bloom beside the trail. Silver grasses sway gently upon the hillsides. Everything seems touched by the same calm presence. Everything seems wrapped in rest. Ahead, you notice clusters of tiny lanterns hanging from shepherd's hooks beside the path. Not many, only a few. Their light glows softly within glass globes. Warm and welcoming, they illuminate patches of wildflowers and smooth stones, adding little pools of golden comfort to the pearly landscape. The combination is beautiful. Golden lantern light, silver moonlight, pearly radiance from the path itself, all blending together in perfect harmony. The farther you travel, the sleepier the world seems to become. The bells sound occasionally. The lanterns glow quietly. The stars continue shining. The breeze continues drifting through the grass. Nothing changes suddenly. Nothing interrupts the calm. The entire valley moves according to a peaceful rhythm older than memory. Eventually, the path rises gently toward another hill. The climb feels easy, natural, almost effortless. When you reach the top, the landscape opens before you once again. And there, far beyond the rolling valleys, you finally see something more than the glow itself. A distant sanctuary. Still far away. Still partially hidden by the night. Yet visible enough to glimpse. White structures resting upon a high hillside. Softly illuminated by the pearly light. Not a city. Not a castle. Something quieter, something gentler. Its shapes are graceful and simple. Its light warm and welcoming. The sight immediately fills your heart with peace. Not excitement, not curiosity. Peace. The kind of feeling that comes when you see a place where you know you will be able to rest. You stand quietly beside Jesus, looking toward the distant sanctuary. The bells continue their gentle song somewhere beyond the hills. The stars shine overhead. The valley sleeps peacefully below. And far ahead, resting beneath the endless heavens, the sanctuary waits patiently. A place of comfort. A place of stillness. A place that seems to have been waiting all along. You continue walking toward it. Step by step. Breath by breath. the luminous path guiding the way through the heart of the sleeping night. The distant sanctuary rests upon the horizon, softly glowing beneath the stars. Its white structures seem almost woven from moonlight and peace. Though still far away, its presence changes something within the night. Not the pace, not the silence, only the feeling. The journey now carries a gentle sense of arrival. Not an arrival that rushes toward a destination. An arrival that unfolds slowly, naturally, like a flower opening beneath the morning sun. You and Jesus continue walking along the pearly path. The valley of gentle bells stretches behind you. Their soft chimes still drift through the air from time to time. Faint, comforting. The notes follow you like distant companions. The sanctuary remains ahead, patiently waiting. The pathway rises and falls through a series of rolling hills. Each hill reveals a slightly clearer view. Each hill brings the sanctuary a little closer. Its pearly light glows softly against the darkness. Never bright, never overwhelming, only welcoming. The hills themselves seem peaceful, covered with soft grass and clusters of pale wildflowers. Moonlight washes over them like silver water. The breeze moves through the landscape in long, slow breaths. The entire countryside appears deeply asleep. You walk beside Jesus in comfortable silence. The rhythm of the journey has become familiar now. Step, breath, step, breath. The gentle cadence feels almost like a lullaby, a quiet song without words. The farther you travel, the quieter your thoughts become. Long stretches pass with nothing but awareness of the night, awareness of the stars, awareness of the path, awareness of the peaceful presence beside you. It feels wonderful, simple, light, free. The path curves around another hill, and there you discover something unexpected. A row of white stone markers standing beside the trail. Not signs, not statues, simply smooth standing stones. Each one glowing faintly in the pearly light, arranged in a gentle line, stretching across the hillside. The stones seem ancient, yet perfectly cared for. You and Jesus walk among them. The stones stand silently beneath the stars, their surfaces polished smooth by time. Each one different, yet all sharing the same peaceful beauty. The sight creates a feeling difficult to describe, a feeling of welcome, as though countless travelers have passed this way before. As though the path has gently guided weary hearts toward rest for generations beyond counting. You continue walking. The standing stones gradually fade behind you. The hills continue unfolding ahead. The sanctuary slowly grows larger, its outlines becoming clearer. You can now see graceful archways, gentle terraces, gardens resting upon the hillside, everything illuminated by the same soft pearly light. Everything peaceful, everything calm. The bells sound once more, A single chime drifting through the night. Then another. The sound seems slightly closer now. Still distant. Still gentle. The notes float across the hills like falling petals. Never breaking the silence. Only becoming part of it. You pause briefly at the crest of another rise. The view stretches endlessly before you. The sanctuary ahead. The sleeping valleys behind. The stars above. The pearly path beneath your feet. The entire journey seems visible in this moment. Not literally, but somehow present. The lake. The orchard. The silver tree, the chapel, the meadow, the lanterns. All of it feels connected. All of it feels part of the same peaceful unfolding. A journey that never hurried. A journey that never demanded. A journey that simply invited you to walk, to breathe, to rest. The breeze drifts softly across the hillside. Wildflowers sway. The stars continue their silent watch. And beside you, Jesus remains exactly as he has been from the very beginning. Steady, kind, peaceful. The same calm presence that has accompanied every step. The same gentle companion beneath every sky. The sanctuary now feels closer than ever. Not close enough to reach tonight. Not yet. But close enough to sense its peace. Close enough to feel its welcome. The hills seem to guide you toward it. The path seems to glow a little warmer. The night itself seems to know where the journey is leading. You continue onward, following the luminous trail through the quiet hills. The bells drifting softly through the darkness. The sanctuary waiting patiently beneath the stars. And with every step, the feeling of rest grows deeper. The feeling of home grows nearer. The feeling of peace settles more fully within your heart. The hills of quiet welcome gradually fade behind you. The pearly path continues onward beneath the stars. Ahead, the sanctuary rests peacefully upon its hillside. Closer now than ever before. Its gentle light spreads across the surrounding landscape like a blanket of calm. The night remains wonderfully still. The bells continue their distant song. Soft notes drifting through the darkness. Each one arriving with perfect patience. Each one disappearing just as gently. You and Jesus continue walking together. The sanctuary grows larger with every step. Its graceful archways become clearer. Its terraces more visible. Its gardens beginning to reveal themselves beneath the moonlight. Everything about the place feels peaceful. Nothing grand. Nothing overwhelming. Only welcome. Only rest. The path gradually climbs the final hills leading toward the sanctuary grounds. The slope is gentle, almost effortless. The air feels fresh and cool. The stars shine brightly overhead. And somewhere nearby, hidden among the landscape, the scent of flowers drifts softly upon the breeze. The fragrance becomes stronger as you continue. Delicate, comforting, familiar in a way that is difficult to explain. Not one flower, many flowers, blended together into something calm and soothing. The path curves around a final rise, and there before you lies the outer garden of the sanctuary. The sight immediately quiets the heart. Wide pathways wind through beds of moonlit flowers. Small streams sparkle beneath stone bridges. White trees stand among carefully tended gardens, their leaves glowing softly beneath the stars. Lanterns hang from shepherd hooks beside the paths, their golden light blending beautifully with the pearly radiance surrounding the sanctuary. The entire garden feels alive with peace. Not activity, not movement. Peace. The kind of peace that settles gently over everything it touches. You and Jesus enter the gardens. The pathway beneath your feet becomes smooth stone, warmly illuminated by the soft glow surrounding the sanctuary. Flowers bloom on either side. White blossoms, pale blue blossoms, silver blossoms that seem to hold fragments of moonlight within their petals. The breeze moves through them gently, creating slow waves of motion. The flowers seem almost sleepy beneath the stars, content to rest where they grow, content to sway quietly through the night. The sound of water reaches your ears. A stream winds through the gardens nearby. Its surface reflects stars and lantern light alike. Small bridges cross it at intervals. Simple bridges. Beautiful bridges. Built not for grandeur but for peace. You cross one slowly, pausing for a moment at its center. The water glides beneath you. Calm, clear, unhurried, just like everything else in this place. The farther you travel into the gardens, the more the outside world seems to disappear. The valleys behind you fade from thought. The hills fade from thought. Even the long journey itself begins to feel distant. Not forgotten, simply complete. Like a beautiful chapter gently closing. Ahead, the sanctuary rises above the gardens. Its white walls glow softly beneath the moonlight. Its archways stand open, welcoming. Its terraces overflow with flowers and climbing vines. Everything appears designed for rest, designed for stillness, designed for quiet hearts. The bells sound again, closer now, still gentle, still soothing. The notes drift through the gardens like floating feathers. They seem to belong here, part of the sanctuary, part of the peace. You continue walking beside Jesus. The pathways curve naturally through the grounds, past fountains whose waters whisper softly in the night, past benches resting beneath flowering trees, past small courtyards illuminated by lantern light. Every corner of the garden feels inviting. Every corner feels safe. The night itself seems different here. Deeper somehow. Softer somehow. As though the sanctuary exists within the quietest part of the world. A place untouched by hurry. Untouched by worry. Untouched by noise. You notice how effortlessly you breathe, how light your thoughts have become, how completely relaxed your body feels. The journey has slowly carried you here, step by step, without force, without expectation, only invitation, only peace. Ahead, beyond the gardens, a broad courtyard comes into view. Its pale stone surface glows softly beneath the stars. A large fountain rests at its center. White trees surround it, their leaves shimmering in the night breeze. The courtyard seems to mark the heart of the sanctuary grounds. A place of gathering, a place of stillness, a place of rest. You and Jesus continue toward it, the flowers swaying gently behind you, the bells singing softly through the night, the stars shining faithfully overhead. And somewhere within the sanctuary beyond the courtyard, an even deeper peace patiently waits. A peace that feels very close now. A peace that feels almost within reach. The garden pathways stretch quietly behind you. Moonlit flowers continue swaying in the breeze. The soft glow of lanterns rests among the trees. And ahead, the broad courtyard opens beneath the stars. You and Jesus walk toward it slowly. The sanctuary rises peacefully beyond. Its white walls glow with gentle pearly light. Its open archways seem to welcome every traveler who arrives. Yet there is no rush to enter. The night continues moving at its own peaceful pace. The courtyard itself feels wonderfully calm. Smooth pale stone stretches outward in every direction. White trees stand along its edges, their silver leaves shimmering softly whenever the breeze passes through. At the center rests a great fountain. Simple, elegant, beautiful. Water rises quietly from its center and falls back into a wide circular basin. The sound is soft, barely louder than a whisper. Yet somehow it fills the entire courtyard with peace. You and Jesus approach the fountain. The water catches moonlight and starlight alike. Tiny reflections dance across the surface. Silver, gold, pearly white. The colors blend together gently, creating patterns that constantly change, yet never disturb the stillness. You pause beside the fountain, looking into the water. The surface is remarkably clear, so clear that it seems to hold the night sky itself. The stars appear reflected within its depths, not merely on its surface, deep within, as though the heavens have settled quietly into the water. You watch for a few moments, then a few more. The movement of the fountain feels soothing. The water rises, falls, rises, falls. Always the same, always gentle. The rhythm settles naturally into your thoughts, helping them grow quieter still. Around the courtyard stand stone benches, simple and inviting, some beneath trees, some beside flower beds, some facing the fountain itself. Every part of the courtyard seems designed for rest, designed for lingering, designed for peaceful hearts. You and Jesus sit upon one of the benches. The fountain continues its quiet song. The trees whisper softly overhead. The bells of the sanctuary drift faintly through the night. Everything feels perfectly balanced, perfectly calm. For a long while, neither of you speaks. The silence feels complete. Not empty. Complete. The kind of silence that requires nothing to fill it. The kind of silence that feels like a gift. You breathe slowly. The cool night air fills your lungs. The scent of flowers drifts through the courtyard. The sound of flowing water remains steady. The stars shine overhead. And little by little, you realize how far away the world feels now. The worries that once seemed important. The questions that once demanded answers. The unfinished tasks waiting somewhere beyond tomorrow. All of them seem distant. Very distant. As though they belong to another place. Another time. Tonight, none of them matter. Tonight, there is only this courtyard. This fountain. This peaceful night beneath the stars. The leaves above rustle softly. A few drift downward, turning lazily through the moonlight before settling upon the stone. Their descent is slow, graceful, unhurried. You watch one leaf fall, then another, each one following its own quiet path, each one arriving gently where it belongs. The sight feels comforting. The fountain continues flowing. The bells continue chiming softly in the distance. The night continues unfolding exactly as it should. Nothing needs to be changed. Nothing needs to be improved. Nothing needs to be solved. Everything is simply at rest. You glance toward the sanctuary. Beyond the courtyard, wide archways stand open. Warm pearly light glows within. Not bright enough to draw attention. Only enough to create a feeling of welcome. A feeling of home. The sanctuary seems to breathe the same peace as the gardens. The same peace as the courtyard. The same peace that has accompanied the entire journey. You realize something then. The destination was never only a place. The peace you feel now began long before you reached these grounds. It was present beside the lake. Present beneath the stars. Present among the lanterns. Present beneath the silver tree. Present with every step beside Jesus. The sanctuary simply reveals more clearly what has been there all along. The thought settles gently within you. Then, like everything else tonight, it asks nothing more. It simply rests. For a while longer, you remain beside the fountain, listening to the water, watching the stars reflected below, feeling the calm settle deeper and deeper into your heart. And beyond the open archways of the sanctuary, another layer of peace patiently waits. A deeper stillness, a quieter rest, a place where the journey will continue unfolding beneath the endless night sky. For a long while, you remain beside the fountain. The water continues its gentle rhythm. The bells drift softly through the night. The white trees sway beneath the stars. Everything feels perfectly at peace. Eventually, you rise from the bench. The courtyard remains calm behind you. The fountain continues reflecting the heavens. The open archways of the sanctuary wait ahead, welcoming, patient, still. You and Jesus walk toward them together. The pale stone beneath your feet feels smooth and warm. The pearly light grows slightly softer as you approach. Not brighter, only closer. The archways themselves are simple. Graceful curves carved from white stone. Flowering vines climb along their sides. Tiny blossoms rest among the leaves. Moonlight touches their petals, creating little pockets of silver light. You pass beneath the first archway. Immediately, a deeper stillness surrounds you. The sounds of the courtyard remain. The fountain, the breeze, the distant bells. Yet they seem farther away now, as though gently wrapped in silence. Ahead stretches a long hall, open to the night on both sides. Rows of elegant columns support a high ceiling above. Beyond the columns lie quiet gardens, moonlit pathways, flowering trees. The stars remain visible through every opening. The sanctuary never separates itself from the night. Instead, it seems to welcome the night inside. The hall glows with soft pearly light. No lanterns, no visible flames. Only a gentle radiance filling the space. The light feels warm, comforting, like the glow that remains after sunset. The glow that lingers just before sleep. You and Jesus begin walking through the hall. The sound of your footsteps is barely noticeable. The polished stone seems to absorb every noise. Everything encourages quietness here. Everything encourages rest. The columns pass slowly beside you, one after another, each beautifully crafted, each unique in its small details. Yet none demand attention. They simply stand, steady and peaceful, as they have for countless nights. Beyond the columns, the sanctuary gardens continue. You glimpse small fountains, flower beds, courtyards hidden among trees. Everything bathed in moonlight. Everything resting peacefully beneath the stars. The farther you travel through the hall, the lighter your thoughts become. The journey itself feels dreamlike now. Not because it is unreal, because it is so peaceful, so gentle, so free from hurry. The mind naturally begins letting go. You notice how slowly you are breathing, how relaxed your body feels. Even time itself seems softer here. Minutes drift by unnoticed, perhaps longer. The hall appears endless, yet not in a confusing way, in a comforting way. A place where there's no need to reach the end quickly. A place where the journey matters as much as the destination. The bells sound again, closer than before. Their gentle notes drift through the columns, floating across the sanctuary grounds. Each chime seems to settle softly into the air, then disappear, leaving the silence even deeper than before. You continue walking beside Jesus. The familiar peace of his presence remains unchanged. Steady, kind, comforting. You realize that throughout the entire journey, you have never needed directions, never needed explanations. Simply walking beside him has always been enough. The thought feels reassuring, the kind of reassurance that quiets every remaining worry. Ahead, the hall begins opening into a larger chamber. Not enclosed, open to the stars above. Its entrance framed by flowering vines and pale stone. A gentle glow spills outward from within, soft and welcoming. You cannot yet see the entire space. Only glimpses. A garden, a pool of still water, trees illuminated by moonlight. Everything peaceful, everything inviting. You and Jesus continue toward it. The columns gradually fall behind. The hall of quiet light begins fading into the silence. And beyond its final archway, another sanctuary awaits. A place of even deeper rest. A place where the night itself seems to slow almost to stillness. A place where peace feels as natural as breathing beneath the stars. The hall of quiet light rests behind you. Its columns fade softly into the peaceful glow of the sanctuary. Ahead, the new chamber opens beneath the stars. Wide, quiet, beautiful. You and Jesus step through the final archway. Immediately, the world seems to slow even further. The chamber is not truly a room. It is a garden, open to the heavens above, surrounded by graceful stone walls and flowering vines. A sanctuary within the sanctuary. A place designed entirely for stillness. At its center rests a pool of water. Perfectly calm. Perfectly clear. Its surface reflects the stars so completely that it appears almost endless. Looking into it feels like looking into the night sky itself. The pool is surrounded by smooth white stone. Flowering trees grow nearby. Their branches arch gently over the water. Silver blossoms drift occasionally through the air, turning slowly as they fall. Some settle upon the stone. Others touch the surface of the pool, creating tiny circles that expand quietly before disappearing. You and Jesus walk slowly around the water. The reflections remain almost undisturbed. The stars above, the stars below, the moon above, the moon below. The entire garden seems suspended between heaven and earth. The sight feels peaceful beyond words. Not because it is extraordinary, because it is perfectly calm. The breeze is barely noticeable here. Only the faintest movement touches the trees. Only the faintest whisper stirs the blossoms. Everything seems content to rest. Everything seems content to remain still. You follow the curved pathway surrounding the pool. Stone benches appear here and there beneath the trees. Simple places to sit. Simple places to pause. simple places to breathe. The bells sound again, very softly, almost like part of the breeze. Their distant notes drift across the sanctuary grounds, then fade once more into silence. The silence that follows feels deeper than before, gentler than before, the kind of silence that encourages sleep, the kind of silence that invites weary thoughts to finally let go. You pause beside the edge of the pool, looking down into the reflections. The stars seem impossibly bright within the water, tiny points of light resting in endless darkness. You watch them quietly, one reflection, then another, then another. The longer you look, the more peaceful everything feels. The water asks nothing from you. The stars ask nothing from you. The night asks nothing from you. You are free simply to exist, free simply to rest. Jesus remains beside you. His presence feels as steady as the reflection of the moon, unchanging, comforting, near. For a while, neither of you moves, neither of you speaks. The pool remains calm. The blossoms continue drifting slowly from the trees. The stars continue shining above. The world feels far away now, very far away. The concerns of ordinary days seem unable to reach this place. The noise, the pressure, the endless rushing, all of it remains somewhere beyond the horizon, somewhere beyond the sleeping hills. Here there's only peace, only stillness, only rest. Eventually, you continue walking. The pathway curves toward the far side of the garden. The pool remains behind, its reflections glowing quietly beneath the stars. Ahead, a gentle rise appears beyond the trees. Not a hill, not a staircase, simply a gradual path leading upward. Moonlight rests upon it. Pearly light rests upon it. And at the top, partially hidden among flowering trees, something waits. A final sanctuary. A final resting place. Not grand. Not dramatic. Only peaceful. The kind of place a traveler reaches after a long and beautiful journey. The kind of place where nothing more needs to be done. The kind of place where the heart can finally become completely still. You and Jesus begin walking toward it. Slowly, comfortably, the blossoms drifting behind you, the reflections resting within the pool, the stars shining overhead, and somewhere just beyond the trees, hidden within the quiet light of the sanctuary, the final destination patiently waits beneath the endless night sky. The garden of still reflections grows quiet behind you. The calm pool continues holding the stars within its surface. The flowering trees continue releasing silver blossoms into the night. And ahead, the gentle path rises toward the final sanctuary. You and Jesus walk slowly beneath the moonlight. The path curves between flowering trees. Their branches arch overhead. Their blossoms glow softly in the pearly light. The air feels perfectly still. Not empty, peacefully still. The kind of stillness that exists only in the deepest hours of the night. The kind of stillness that arrives when the world has fully surrendered to rest. The farther you walk, the softer everything seems to become. The bells are now very distant. The breeze barely stirs. Even your footsteps seem quieter than before. The sanctuary itself appears to be slowing the world around it, inviting everything into deeper peace. The path continues rising gradually, never steep, never difficult. Each step feels natural, easy, almost effortless. At last, the trees begin to part. The pathway opens, and you find yourself standing upon a wide stone terrace. For a moment, you simply stop. The sight before you is breathtaking. The terrace stretches outward along the hillside, open to the heavens, open to the night, open to the endless sea of stars above. There are no walls blocking the view, no buildings interrupting the horizon. Only sky, only starlight, only peace. The stars seem closer here than anywhere else along the journey. Thousands upon thousands shining overhead, bright, gentle, faithful. The entire sky appears alive with light. Yet nothing feels overwhelming. Nothing feels too bright. Everything remains soft. Everything remains calm. The terrace itself is simple. Smooth white stone beneath your feet. Flowering vines along its edges. Small lanterns glowing faintly at a distance. Enough light to create warmth. Enough darkness to preserve the beauty of the stars. You and Jesus walk slowly across the terrace. The night air feels cool and comforting. The scent of flowers drifts gently through the stillness. Every breath feels easy. Every step feels lighter. The long journey seems very far behind you now. Not forgotten. Cherished. Like a beautiful memory resting peacefully within the heart. The lake. The chapel. The silver meadow. The lantern fields. The river of moonlight. The sanctuary gardens. All of them seem connected somehow. All of them leading here. Not because this place is greater than those. Because this place gathers all their peace together. You approach the edge of the terrace. The view stretches endlessly before you. Moonlit valleys. Sleeping hills. Silver rivers winding through the darkness. Faraway meadows glowing beneath the stars. The entire landscape rests quietly beneath heaven. The world looks peaceful from here. Gentle. Safe. At rest. You remain there for a while. Simply looking. Simply breathing. Simply existing within the moment. Beside you, Jesus gazes across the sleeping world. The same calm presence. The same steady kindness. The same quiet companionship that has accompanied every step. Nothing needs to be said. Nothing needs to be explained. The journey itself has spoken through every path and every star. The silence feels complete. The kind of silence that belongs at the end of a beautiful day. The kind of silence that comes just before sleep. A few comfortable benches rest beneath flowering trees along the terrace. Simple places to sit and watch the stars. Simple places to rest. You and Jesus walk toward one of them. The stone seat feels cool beneath the night air. Comfortable. Welcoming. The stars continue shining overhead. The valleys continue sleeping below. The terrace remains wrapped in stillness. And for a long while, you simply sit together beneath the endless heavens. No destination remains ahead. No path remains to follow tonight. Only rest. Only peace. Only the quiet beauty of the stars above. Yet somewhere beyond the terrace, hidden among the highest gardens of the sanctuary, one final place still waits. A place prepared not for walking, not for exploring, but for complete rest. A place where the journey may finally come to stillness beneath the loving watch of the stars. For a long while, you remain seated upon the terrace. The stars shine above. The valleys sleep below. The sanctuary rests quietly around you. Everything feels peaceful. Everything feels complete. The journey that began beneath the open night sky has carried you through meadows, rivers, gardens, and hills. It has carried you through silence, through beauty, through stillness. And now, beneath the endless stars, it seems to slow almost to a stop. The night feels deeper than ever. Not darker, only deeper. As though you have reached the quiet heart hidden within it all along. Eventually, Jesus rises from the bench. You stand beside him. Neither of you speaks. No words are needed. The silence remains warm and comforting. The kind of silence shared between trusted companions. Together, you leave the terrace. A narrow pathway leads beyond the flowering trees. Its pale stones glow softly beneath the moonlight. The path is short. Only a gentle walk through a small garden. White blossoms bloom along both sides. Their fragrance drifts softly through the still air. The stars remain visible overhead. Brighter than ever. Closer than ever. Every step feels calm. Every step feels light. The pathway curves once, then opens onto a quiet clearing hidden among the highest gardens of the sanctuary. And there, at last, you find the place that has been waiting. A peaceful garden. Small. Simple. Perfectly still. At its center stands a great tree. Its branches spread wide beneath the stars. Its silver leaves shimmer softly in the moonlight. The tree reminds you of the silver tree upon the distant hill. Yet this one feels different. Not larger. Not grander. Only closer. More familiar. As though it has been part of the journey from the beginning. Beneath its branches rests a circular bed of soft grass, surrounded by flowers, protected by the gentle canopy above. The grass glows faintly beneath the moonlight, like a blanket woven from silver and starlight. The entire clearing feels peaceful beyond description. No breeze disturbs it. No sound interrupts it. Only the quiet presence of the night. Only the endless stars above. You and Jesus walk slowly toward the tree. The soft grass welcomes your footsteps. The flowers sway almost imperceptibly. Everything seems to breathe with the same gentle rhythm. The rhythm of rest. The rhythm of stillness. The rhythm of sleep. When you reach the center of the clearing, you stop. The stars shine through the branches overhead. Silver leaves shimmer softly. Tiny points of light appear between them, like fragments of heaven resting among the tree's canopy. You sit upon the grass. It feels wonderfully soft, wonderfully comfortable. The kind of place where weary travelers naturally settle. The kind of place where nothing more is required. Jesus sits beside you. The clearing remains silent. The stars remain faithful. The tree remains watchful. The sanctuary sleeps peacefully around you. And little by little, something within you begins to relax completely. Not just your body, not just your thoughts. Something deeper. The need to hold on. The need to stay alert. The need to keep carrying everything. All of it begins to soften. All of it begins to rest. The long journey has brought you here, to this quiet place beneath the stars, to this peaceful garden, to this gentle moment. You look upward. The branches frame the heavens perfectly. The stars seem endless, countless lights stretching across the sky. Ancient, beautiful, calm. You watch them for a while, then longer. The longer you look, the sleepier the world becomes. The stars blur softly into one another. The silver leaves shimmer gently overhead. The silence deepens. Everything invites rest. Everything invites peace. Beside you, Jesus remains quietly present. Steady as the stars. Steady as the earth beneath you. Steady as the night itself. Nothing more is asked of you now. No roads remain to travel. No hills remain to climb. No destination remains to reach. You have arrived. The journey is complete. The night surrounds you like a warm blanket. The stars watch peacefully above. The sanctuary rests quietly around you. And beneath the sheltering branches of the silver tree, beside Jesus, you allow yourself to simply rest. To breathe. To let go. To become still. As the endless heavens shine gently overhead, you remain beneath the silver tree. The place of rest surrounds you in perfect stillness. The sanctuary sleeps quietly beyond the garden. The stars continue their silent watch above. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to change. Everything feels exactly as it should. The grass beneath you remains soft and comfortable. The silver leaves overhead shimmer faintly whenever the gentlest movement touches them. The night feels warm in its own quiet way. Not warm with sunlight. Warm with peace. one with safety, one with rest. You breathe slowly. The cool air fills your lungs, then leaves again, slowly, naturally, effortlessly. Each breath seems softer than the last. Each breath seems to carry away a little more tension, a little more weight, a little more noise. The stars remain visible through the branches above. Tiny lights scattered across the endless sky. Some bright, some faint, all peaceful, all steady. You watch them quietly, without counting them, without following them, simply allowing them to be. The night no longer feels like something around you. It feels like something holding you gently, like a blanket of stillness spread across the world. The silver tree stands watch above. Its branches stretch wide. Its roots rest deep within the earth. Strong, steady, unmoving. The tree seems completely at peace, completely content to stand beneath the heavens. Night after night, season after season, always present, always calm. A single blossom drifts from above, turning slowly through the moonlight. It settles upon the grass nearby. Then everything becomes still once more. You notice how quiet your thoughts have become. Long stretches pass without any at all. Only the feeling of resting. Only the feeling of breathing. Only the feeling of being here. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is expected. The journey has already carried you where you needed to go. The paths have ended. The hills have ended. The searching has ended. Only rest remains. Only peace remains. Beside you, Jesus remains quietly present. The same gentle companion who walked beside you beneath the stars. The same peaceful presence beside every river, every meadow, every garden, every hill. Now he sits with you beneath the silver tree, not leading you anywhere, not guiding you toward another destination, simply remaining with you in the stillness. The realization feels comforting, deeply comforting. There's nowhere else to go tonight. Nothing left to accomplish. Nothing left to carry. The stars continue shining. The branches continue sheltering. The sanctuary continues resting. And you are free to rest as well. The air feels wonderfully calm. The flowers surrounding the clearing seem asleep beneath the moonlight. The bells that once echoed across the valleys have fallen silent. Even the breeze has become still. The entire world seems wrapped in gentle quietness. You close your eyes for a moment. Only a moment. And the sounds of the night become softer still. The distant silence, the quiet presence of the tree, the steady rhythm of your breathing, everything blending together into one peaceful feeling, a feeling of safety, a feeling of comfort, a feeling of complete rest. You open your eyes once more. The stars remain above. The branches remain overhead. Nothing has changed. And somehow that feels wonderful. The world does not need to move. The night does not need to become anything else. This moment is enough. This peace is enough. This stillness is enough. For a long while, you remain beneath the sheltering branches, breathing slowly, resting deeply, allowing the calm of the night to settle around you, allowing every remaining thought to drift gently away, like leaves carried across a quiet stream, like petals floating through moonlight, like clouds disappearing beyond a distant horizon. The silver tree watches over the garden. The stars watch over the sanctuary. And beneath them all, wrapped in peace, you continue resting in the gentle stillness of the night. You remain beneath the silver tree. The soft grass cradles you gently. The stars continue shining above the branches. The sanctuary rests peacefully around you. Everything is quiet. Everything is still. Everything is at peace. The journey has come a long way. Across moonlit paths. Across sleeping meadows. Across rivers that carried the stars upon their surface. Across gardens filled with flowers and gentle light. Across hills that rose beneath the endless heavens. Step by step, breath by breath, the night carried you here. And now, at last, there is nowhere else to go. Nothing else to seek. Nothing else to reach. Only rest. Only stillness. Only peace. The silver leaves overhead shimmer softly in the moonlight. Tiny openings between the branches reveal the stars. Ancient lights watching quietly from above. The same stars that greeted you at the beginning of the journey. The same stars that followed every path. The same stars that remained faithful through every chapter of the night. They are still here, just as they have always been. Steady, calm, unchanging. You take a slow breath, then another. The cool night air feels comforting. Every breath comes easily now. Every breath feels lighter. The world beyond the sanctuary seems very far away. Its noise has faded. Its worries have faded. Its demands have faded. Everything that once felt heavy has become distant, like footprints disappearing behind you along a forgotten path. The night asks nothing more. The journey asks nothing more. Even your thoughts seem content to rest, drifting quietly like clouds across a moonlit sky, appearing, fading, leaving only calm behind. Beside you, Jesus remains peacefully present, the same gentle companion who walked beside you from the very beginning, the same steady presence beneath every star, the same quiet comfort through every meadow, every river, every garden, and every hill. Nothing more needs to be said. Nothing more needs to be explained. His presence is enough. The stillness is enough. This moment is enough. Above, the stars continue shining. Below, the earth continues resting. The silver tree stands peacefully between them, its roots deep in the ground, its branches reaching toward heaven. a place of shelter, a place of peace, a place of rest. You allow your gaze to settle upon the stars one final time. Their light feels soft now, gentle, dreamlike. The edges of the world seem to blur slightly beneath the calm of the night. Everything becomes quieter. Everything becomes slower. Everything becomes softer. The sanctuary sleeps. The flowers sleep. The valleys beyond the hills sleep. The rivers glide quietly beneath the moonlight. The lanterns glow softly in distant meadows. The gardens rest beneath the stars. The entire world seems wrapped in a blanket of peace. And beneath the sheltering branches of the silver tree, you rest too. Safe, comfortable, still. The journey is complete. The path is ended. The destination has been reached. There is nothing left to carry, nothing left to chase, nothing left to hold. Only peace remains. Only rest remains. Only the quiet presence of the stars above and the gentle companionship beside you. The night continues, calm and endless. The stars continue shining, soft and faithful. And as the silence settles gently around you, the world grows quieter still. Quieter and quieter, until there is only peace, only stillness, only rest beneath the stars, and the quiet end of a beautiful journey.